Good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed judges, finalists, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our virtual ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021. My name is Astrid, and I will be your MC for today. The ASEAN Data Science Explorer competition is a data analytic competition that aims to enhance awareness and appreciation of the ASEAN community amongst ASEAN youth. With the theme of Today's Youth for Tomorrow's World, these competitions allow ASEAN's youth to play a key role in tackling today's socio-economic issues facing the region and help create positive changes for better futures. Using SAP Analytics Cloud, our teams today have worked over the past few months to deliver data-driven insights across 6 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And after weeks of intense competition, the teams you have seen here today are our national winners representing their ASEAN country to compete for the regional title today. Now, in its 5th year, the ASEAN Data Science Explorers Initiative is co-organized by ASEAN Foundation and SAP, with of course tremendous supports from our partner institutions of higher learning and non-government organizations across all 10 ASEAN member states. Before we start the program, allow me to introduce to you our esteemed panel of judges who have taken the time to join us here this morning. First, we have Dr. Yang Mi-Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation. A very good morning to you, Dr. Yang. Second, we have Ms. Swati Mathur, Managing Director, Asia Pacific of Common Purpose. A great honor to have you here with us today, Ms. Mathur. Next, we have Mr. Vong Sok, Head of Environment Division of ASEAN Secretariat. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Vong. We also have Mr. Anang Laksono, Head of the Statistics Division of ASEAN Secretariat. Welcome to our ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals. So glad to have you with us, Mr. Laksono. Finally, please welcome Ms. Idlet Rodblood, Chief Financial Officer of SAP Southeast Asia. Good morning to you, Ms. Rodblood. Thank you, judges, for being here with us today. Before we begin, I would like to invite everyone to kindly join us as we sing the ASEAN Anthem. Thank you, everyone. Now, we'd like for everyone to flash a really big smile for a group photo as we commemorate the start of ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021. To all judges, guests, participants, and organizers, please activate your video for this photo-taking session. All right, please show a really big smile. And we're ready. Okay, just to be sure, I think it's best we can take another picture to save another smile of yours. Okay, everybody, another one. A big smile, and we're ready. Thank you. All right, everybody, I think I might have seen somebody blink, so it is safe to take another picture. Just to be safe, and we're ready to go. Thank you. To kick off the competitions, I'd now like to invite His Excellency Kung Phuoc, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the Socio-Cultural ASEAN Community, to give his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dato Seri Vong Haji Hamza, Minister of Education of Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Verena Self, President and Managing Director of SAP Southeast Asia, Ms. Alexandra, Head of Corporate Social Responsibilities, Global Corporate Affairs SAP, Dr. Yang Myung, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and also to our young participants here. It is my great pleasure to join you all today at the virtual regional finals of the ASEAN Data Science Explorer, ASEAN DSE 2021, hosted by the ASEAN Foundations and SAP under the themes Today's Youth for Tomorrow's World. We believe this initiative is of great importance for ASEAN youth, particularly in today's increasing digital world. Our young people need both technical skills, such as data analytics, as well as 21st century skill to succeed amidst the fourth industrial revolutions. Strengthening the digital literacy of its youth population has been a key challenge for ASEAN member states. In an increasingly digitalized world, young people's success often depends on such skills as it determines their capability to participate in a modern labor force and make well-informed decisions on matters that affect their lives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's young people are among those most disproportionately affected by the pandemic. In ASEAN alone, more than 12 million students have experienced learning disruption due to schools and university closure. This competition, which allows ASEAN youth to play a key role in tackling today's socio-economic issue facing the region and help create positive change for a better future, is hoped to contribute in our concerted efforts to achieve the ASEAN Community Blueprint 2025 through the promotion and development of digital literacies and skills. Therefore, investing in the development of our young generation and strengthening our education systems is therefore a crucial part of our efforts in developing an inclusive and sustainable future. We recognize that this goal can be achieved through our shared aspiration and strengthened cooperation with our partners such as SAP. The ASEAN Secretariat expressed its gratitude for this initiative advanced by SAP and the ASEAN Foundation. And as an activity that builds upon the imaginations and know-how of the youth, the ASEAN DSE was acknowledged by the ASEAN Senior Official Meetings on Youth and Senior Official Meetings on Education as an initiative that contribute to the implementations of both work plan, Youth and Education 2016-2020. Furthermore, the ASEAN DSE program has been listed on the ASEAN Work Programs on Youth 2021-2025 under Priority Area 3, Employment and Opportunity, which hope to support the disseminations of opportunity for ASEAN youth to develop technical and digital skills relevant to a future labor market, including by supporting ASEAN cooperation in technical and vocational education and training. Considering its nature, ASEAN DSE competition is themed aligned to the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community 2025, and ASEAN Economic Community 2025. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the list of our finalists this year, I'm glad to see that this initiative promotes greater cross-border interaction and mobility across the region and equips our young people with critical skill sets needed to strive in an increasingly challenging and disruptive future. Despite the ongoing pandemic, I'm hopeful that this competition has gained prominent place among our youth and remained relevant as an investing cause to our private sector partner. I wish to thank TAP, therefore, for their valuable contributions to the education and youth sector of ASEAN. We certainly look forward to working with SAP and the ASEAN Foundation more closely, particularly as we shape our post-2020 educations and youth agenda. I hope that this initiative will inspire other collaborative activity among key stakeholders that will add values to our efforts of ASEAN as a community of opportunity for all. I thank you and I wish everyone, good luck and more successes in your endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Now, let's welcome Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Dr. Yang Mi Ang, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you, MC. His Excellency Phoak, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Ms. Verena Siow, Managing Director of SAP Southeast Asia, esteemed judges, ASEAN DSE's regional finalists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the ASEAN Data Science Explorer Regionals Finals 2021. Today's event marks the culmination of a year-long journey to equip youth in the region with essential digital skills amid the ongoing pandemic. This year represents the year of innovation for ASEAN DSE as we collaborated with local non-profit organizations in 7 ASEAN countries to deliver enablement session on data analytics to disadvantaged youth, particularly youth residing in Tier 2 and 3 cities, as well as those with lack of access to technology. As a result, we managed to empower more than 6,000 disadvantaged youth with data analytics skill. At the same time, we continue to work with Institute of Higher Learning across the region to build the digital capacity of over 7,000 students and lecturers. These incredible achievements were also made possible due to the support of ASEAN DSE alumni. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to Nguyen Thi Angok from Vietnam, Owen Gunawan and Willy Gunawan from Indonesia, Yin Mazatin and Pan Harith Long from Cambodia, Amaring Udompol from Thailand, Tandakon Ratanavong from Laos, and Ming Amtu from Myanmar for their support in facilitating the ASEAN DSE enablement sessions conducted in local languages. I hope that your action inspire other alumni to follow your step. My appreciation also goes to SAP staff who volunteered themselves to provide the enablement sessions for tertiary students and lecturers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to see that the pandemic did not dampen the enthusiasm of our youth in participating in ASEAN DSE competition. Despite virtual format, we still receive a high number of applications and storyboards for the competition, with some of them were coming from high school students. In fact, 4 of them are right here with us today, very eager to present their proposal to the panel of judges as a representative of St. Joseph Convent School from Thailand. Well done, our young team. So as a way to bringing young people's attention to the issue of climate change, we have chosen sustainability and climate actions as the theme for this year's competition. As future leaders of this region, it is crucial to give our youth a platform to contribute their knowledge and skills in addressing environmental challenges today and in the years to come. We hope that through these talented youth and their insightful presentations, we could impact a little bit of environmental awareness and install environmental stewardship among our young people. Ladies and gentlemen, the incredible achievements made by the program can only be made possible with the support of our key stakeholders, such as the ASEAN Secretariat, the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Youth, and the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Education, to name a few. I would also like to convey my utmost gratitude to today's regional final judges. Thank you for making your time out of the busy schedule to support our program. Finally, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to SAP for your trust in ASEAN Foundation, as well as your commitment to empower youth in the region in the last 5 years. I hope that it can inspire more public-private partnerships in the region. So for all finalists, stay calm, take a deep breath, and remember all your trainings. All of you are already a winner in our eyes, no matter what the result is today. So I wish you a great time at the final and best of success for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. It's always great seeing you, and it's definitely been an amazing journey to see the growth of our ASEAN youth. Last but not least, please join me in welcoming Ms. Verena Siow, President and Managing Director of SAP Southeast Asia, to share with us her sentiments.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. His Excellency Mr. Phoak, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the Socio-Cultural ASEAN Community, Her Excellency Dr. Yang Ming-Eng, Executive Director of the ASEAN Foundation, Your Excellencies, ASEAN Foundation colleagues, SAP colleagues, esteemed judges, ADSE contestants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be participating in the ADSE regional finals for the third time again. Indeed, it is the highlight of the day for me. And I am so glad to see that despite the ongoing pandemic, we are continuing and really lifting the virtual stage for ADSE to the next level. I was just sharing with Annabelle that it's amazing to see how we have really taken it to the next level from the virtual finals from last year. It is also so heartwarming to see passionate youth across all 10 ASEAN member states come together again in one competition and use SAP Analytics Cloud to solve ASEAN's most pressing socio-economic challenges. I believe that the testimonials of our alumni attest to the impact of the ADSE initiatives. So I would like to share a couple of alumni stories which highlights the purpose of why we started this competition together with the ASEAN Foundation. Verena Sylvia Limberta, ADSE 2018 alumni, Malaysia national champion. Before joining this competition, Verena had little experience in competitions that marry data science and social issues. However, upon joining this competition, she realized that this was a pivotal point in her life and in her career. During job interviews, her ADSE journey was repeatedly mentioned and asked about, and skills that she learned during the competition, and her X factor differentiating her from the current job market on presentation skills, stakeholder management, data science skills, made her stand out. Now, I am very happy to share that Verena is working for SAP partner, Ernst & Young, as an advisory associate, and she is confident to navigate a multinational corporation and communicating with various stakeholders in a professional setting. Another amazing story I'd like to share is Owen Nixon Jamawan, ADSE 2019 alumni, Indonesia national champion. When Owen joined the ADSE competition in 2019, he did not have the experience with data science and analytics. His interest in social issues and the opportunity to learn a new software tool, SAP Analytics Cloud, drew him in. Currently, Owen works as a product manager at Dana Indonesia, a data and payment technology company. Now, for someone without IT background, and through his journey at ADSE, Owen has now the mastery of data from reading, analyzing, and drawing insights. I'm sure his story is an inspiration for many of you. What I would like to highlight from these inspiring stories are this alumni came from this very same competition, ADSE, just like you, and the same opportunities are available to you moving forward. And just because you do not have an IT background does not limit your future job opportunities because of your experience at such a unique program. I hope such stories will inspire everyone to go beyond this competition and further your interest in data science and analytics. And I look forward to hearing many more such stories coming from each and every one of you in the future. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the fantastic working relationship we have with the ASEAN Foundation for the past 5 years and the milestones that we have achieved together with ADSE and other programs. So thank you so much, Dr. Yang. Big thank you to also to our academic and public sector partners who have supported us along the way. And shout out to also our corporate partners, the winners of the SAP Southeast Asia Best Run Award winners, Zulik Pharma, Trickle Star, Globe Telecom, Changi Airport Group, and PXL, who contributed to this initiative as well. As a global technology company, SAP has the opportunity to drive social justice and equality. And we are deeply committed to empowering the world's youth, differently enabled people, and the underprivileged with the right skills to thrive in the digital economy. We are continuously improving our program to be more diverse and inclusive. And as 2021 this year marks our 5th year milestone for ADSE, we've enabled more than 30,000 youth, more than 2,000 educators across more than 700 institutes of higher education with data analytics skills. And we are also very proud to mention that for the very first time, women make up 53% of the youth we've engaged and trained this year. We know there is power in collaboration, and therefore this year we engage with non-governmental organizations so that we can reach more youth and educators in the region. As a result, we have reached out to more than 6,000 disadvantaged youth in ASEAN. Turning to our responsibility for the environment, we have refocused our ADSE program by refreshing our selected UN Sustainable Development goals to target climate and sustainability this year. You may be thinking, why now? Climate action is the biggest challenge that the world faces today. It does not discriminate and it affects all of us. Last December, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres said in his State of the Planet speech that we have come to a moment of truth. COVID-19 and climate have brought us to a threshold. The pandemic has shaken our sense of invulnerability and reminded us that it is possible for our world to be upended in the ways we cannot control. Making peace with nature is the defining task for all of us in the 21st century, and it must be the top priority for everyone, everywhere. In light of the global situation, SAP has launched an initiative called Chasing Zero, which is working towards zero emissions, zero waste, zero inequality for a greener, cleaner, and more equal world. But we can't do this alone. We need more change agents and makers like yourself to step in and solve the world's greatest problems. You not only know the issues at hand, but you are passionate and equipped with the skills to make connections through data-derived insights and to drive real change and tackle with the climate issues today. So let's create a more sustainable world together. Now more than ever, I'm inspired by all of you who have the resolve to take on action on issues that we are facing the world, despite the chaos, and adapting well to the virtual nature of the way we work today. Congrats to all of you, because you are the winner for making through to the final round today. And I know that all of you have put in an extensive amount of effort to work on these projects and are so excited to share it with all the judges today. So please enjoy the moment and have fun. Thank you. All the best to everyone. And let's kick off the ADSE regional finals.
Thank you, Ms. Siow, especially for your encouraging testimonies. And thank you, everyone. Before we start, I'd like to remind our finalists and judges of the format of the competition. Each team will have 10 minutes of presentation time, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A session. The time will be shown on the screen for your reference. At the 10-minute mark, teams will be requested to end their presentation to give the judges some time for questioning. Please keep yourself on mute if you're not presenting, and be present for the entire session. So, without further ado, let's begin with the first presentation by Team Startup from Polytechnic Brunei, representing Brunei Darussalam. You are now allowed to share your PowerPoint presentation. Team Brunei, you may start your presentations, and you can start when you're ready.
Good morning to our honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. For this presentation, we are wearing green baju kurung matching with tudung. Baju kurung is usually worn by Malay ladies during festive season, formal function, and at the workplace too.
We choose green color, which symbolizes Brunei for us. This whole attire represents Brunei philosophy of Malay Islamic monarchy. Without further ado, we will begin today's presentation.
Food waste is an important issue that has significant environmental and social implications, given 1/3 of all food is lost or wasted worldwide. Therefore, change is inevitable now for our better future generation. So let's start our day with a new journey of minimizing food waste towards a sustainable world. Hello, my name is Akmal.
And I'm Safwana. We are representing Team Startup from Polytechnic Brunei.
The aim of this presentation is focusing on reducing food waste and environmental impacts by following the objectives from SDG targets and ASEAN blueprints. Between 2007 and 2049, the world population and world income estimated to increase significantly, which forecast to an increase of agri-food demand by 77% in 2049. Also, the bar graph shows specifically ASEAN countries demand more agri-food compared to the rest of the world in 2050. So as you can see here, this graph showing a positive relationship between West and urban population and West. This simply proves that more urban population and income will result in more waste production. From this bar graph, it shows there are 3 highest wastes in ASEAN countries, which are food organic waste, paper, and plastic. And the highest waste is food organic waste, which will be our main focus for this presentation. The top 3 ASEAN countries that produce more waste on food organic products are Myanmar, Thailand, and Laos, and third, Cambodia and Indonesia. And this table shows how waste is being disposed in ASEAN countries. Most of ASEAN countries choose landfill and open dumping, and they are very limited in using composting and incineration. In addition, open dumping and open burning are common or practiced in countries where the recycling rates are less than 50%. Next, we are going to look at the problem that affecting ASEAN countries as a result of food waste. The first issue is economic loss, where a substantial amount of money is wasted in producing food that are never used. It also has been stated that in 2030, the annual food loss and waste will hit 2.1 billion tons, which were US $1.5 trillion. The Business and Sustainable Development Commission estimates that by 2030, reducing food waste will represent a US $155 to $405 billion economic opportunity. In addition to the economic costs, there is the externality of environmental costs that produce 21 times more powerful emission than CO2. The greenhouse gas emission in ASEAN region will almost double by 2040, reaching 2.3 billion tons. The lost consumer surplus resulting from our food waste increases price of food. This loss has relatively greater impact on the poor communities, as food costs account for a greater percentage of their income. From our findings, it shows that the countries produce highest food waste also have high global hunger index, such as in Myanmar and Cambodia. Hence, it is important for us to have a solution to reduce this issue. To know more about our recommended solution, my partner will discuss more after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Akmal. With all impacts caused by food waste which have been mentioned by my teammate, let's do something about food wastage. Introducing to our proposed recommendation called Food Saver Management Program, in which our objectives are to reduce food waste and loss along the food supply chain, reduce greenhouse emissions, conserve energy and resources, and support communities in need. For our recommendation, we have identified 4 stakeholders, which are government and institutional, industrial and retail organization, NGOs, and consumer. These 4 stakeholders play important roles in achieving our objective to reduce food waste. Next. Our food strategy involves 5 strategies. First, source reduction strategy. Second, food rescue strategy. Third, animal feed strategy. Fourth, industrial use strategy. And lastly, compositing strategy. As can be seen, there are different color codes for each strategy, in which green is the highest preferable strategy and orange is the least preferable strategy. Our first strategy is source reduction strategy, which involves stakeholders from the food chain supply, starting from the food processing to consumer level. Under this strategy, our goal is to improve this sustainability and efficiency throughout the supply chain, which involve utilizing Internet of Things, provide guidelines to business and consumer, also practice food procurement. Food access, which can be consumed for human from the food chain supply, is for food rescue strategy. For example, donating to those people in need, and the excess food can also be used for animal feeds. Lastly, any non-edible food and unavoidable food waste from the food chain supply can be used for industrial and compositing strategy. For industrial use, the waste can be converted to renewable energy to produce electricity. For compositing, we encourage households to compost their food waste by producing fertilizer. Next. The purpose timeline of implementation of our food saver management program involving 3 phases. The first phase starts from 2022 to 2023. Each ASEAN country will need to gather information such as reviewing policy instrument and establish relationship between stakeholders on food waste management. Second phase starts from 2023 to 2025. In this phase, each country will need to develop strategic plan, developing objective, attract funding, and set policy according to national legislation and standard. Third phase is the implementation of our food saver management program, which is supported by 3 components. It begins from 2024 to 2030. Second year of the second phase is the commencement of the food saver management program. The first component, building awareness, such as educating business and consumer on food waste management. For example, in South Korea, the government has been successful in the management of food waste by providing policies which are inclusive for the citizens. Second component, in which stakeholder will utilize Internet of Things such as wasteless AI. It helps to reduce the price of food in supermarket shelves when the food is near to the expiry date. Also, by monitoring the food supply chain, which should be reviewed and given feedback from relevant stakeholders. Lastly is the third component. For those who have successfully implemented by following the food waste policy, they are rewarded with incentive, for example, by the government or NGOs. In order for this program to be successfully implemented, it should be supported by all these 4 stakeholders. Next. As for our conclusion, our program will be able to benefit different stakeholders for each of our 5 strategies, which include conserve environment, reduce poverty, especially in Cambodia and Myanmar, as they are the top largest contribution on food waste in ASEAN, provide food to stray animals, especially in Thailand, which has 2 million of stray animals on the street, provide electricity to rural and remote areas across ASEAN, and create job opportunities for people. Next. Here are the references for our today's presentation. To end our presentation, allow me to quote something that is said by a famous writer, Cynthia Ozick. Quote, "We often take for granted the very things that most deserve our gratitude." Unquote. What are the things that we took for granted? Our food waste is definitely one of them. Thank you for your attention, and we are happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Team Startup. That was a really insightful presentation. Judges, you are now given 5 minutes to put forward your questions.
Thank you, team. This is Ayelet. I love the presentation. Thank you so much for enlightening me with new insight that I didn't have before. Maybe on the solutioning side, if there's one thing that you think could be different, where would you start?
Thank you for your question. Akmal, can you go to the slide? On the 5 strategy. Forward. Thank you for your question. For if we have to choose, we will go with source reduction strategy will be our priorities, considering that source reduction strategy will affecting all the food production, food processing, and food distribution, and along with the retailers before going to the consumer level. From this phase, we will be focusing on IoT, and we encourage or propose the wasteless AI, which have been done in Europe, if I'm not mistaken, on the reducing prices of supermarket shelves. When the expiry date is near to the date of the product, the prices will get lower, which can help not only for consumer who will be given discount, but also for food product under the food retailer, as they were able to reduce food waste from as a result of the near to the expiry date. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, I'm Anang from ASEAN Secretariat. I would like to raise a question on the slide of proposed timeline. Yeah, for example, on building awareness, the number one you mentioned educate and guide businesses and consumer. What I want to ask is what kind of effective mechanism to educate the business and consumers you have in mind? And second question on providing incentive to business, what kind of incentives do you have in mind to provide to business so they will support this initiative? Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. For the first question is regarding on educate and guide business and consumer. So our more priorities will be on the lower income region in Southeast Asia, like for example, farmer, as they do not have sufficient infrastructure support the transportation of storage of food, especially they didn't have lacking in refrigerated vans, such as for producing in their fruit, often in which of fruit and often lost while on the road. So we will give awareness to rural areas, especially farmers. Not only that, in terms of consumer, we will be using media or TV in radio according to the national television, and also for competition, like for example, in school, country, in national, regional level, it makes more people are involved with such awareness. And for private sector will be corporate social responsibilities. For the second question on incentives, incentive will play an important role in our program, especially for financial institution. It will help to support a more green business as a reward for any innovation. In addition to that, policy instruments such as tax rebates, waste collection fees, and subsidy will also be help with the incentive change in business practices and also consumer behavior.
Your time is almost up. It's already up. So thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have Team Sprinkles from Kirirom Institute of Technology, representing Cambodia. Your presentation.
Good morning, judges, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are wearing our traditional Cambodian costume and I'm wearing our tertiary known as embroidery shirt in English, which show the elegance in the ladies. And I'm wearing our short. Also, it will show the gentleness of the lady. We can wear this clothes in our formal ceremony, such as wedding, conference, in order to respect and beauty of Cambodian culture. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Socio-Cultural. My name is Sereni. And we are from Springfield, Cambodia. Nervousness, picnics, confusion. This is what happens if the problem occurs unexpectedly and drags you into the darkness. So it is literally in the reality, people who are not aware of the environmental issues and then suddenly get trapped in that issues without any notice, like the hurricanes or the earthquakes, that in which people cannot escape the tragedy because of the change of the climate. So what if I tell you that every single of us produce 0.74 kilogram per day, and how about the whole total population in ASEAN country, which is 161.5 million people. They produce around 489.5 million kilograms per day. But it's not the end yet. How about the total population in the world of 7.9 billion people? They will produce about 5.9 million tons of waste per day. So, you have the number, but you don't really care what it really means. So, what if I tell you that when you sit here around 5 minutes, in the US, there will be around 2 million plastic bottles have been discarded. Because of this, the artist Chris Jordan have literally successfully portrayed those images, and this is exactly what 2 million bottles look like. So, now how you feel when you see of this bottle like this? Annually, the whole ASEAN region produces around 150 million tons of waste per year, and among all these 10 countries, except Myanmar, Brunei, and Laos, they produce less than 1 million tons of waste per year. What if I tell you it's not the end yet? The number keeps increasing, especially in the urban area. So according to the data in ASEAN, it shows that from 2010 to 2020, people in rural areas keep moving to the urban area to find decent job and a better life. It is expected that by 2025, ASEAN will have a population around 692 million, and around 70% of the total population will live in the urban area by 2015. At the same time, if you look at the GDP of ASEAN country from 2010 to 2019, it also increased 2 times already. And they expected that it will keep growing in the next following year. And according to the law demand of supply, suppliers tend to produce more than they actually need. And the supplier or the consumer tend to buy more than actually need. It is why the increasement of the waste cannot be reduced. Instead, keep increasing. So our team decided to implement our solution in the urban area as our main target. So if you have a closely look here, the waste is not only increased, but it also mismanaged too. And because of this management, there will be around 1 to 3 million of the plastic pollution, a million of the metric ton of waste accounted for the pollution out of 8 to 12 million metric ton globally per year. So, out of this mismanaged plastic waste, 29% plastic waste is stored in the landfill, and only the 9% is recycled. And for 12% of plastic waste is incinerated, which is the harm environment by producing CO2. Plus 6% of CO2 is from the global greenhouse gas emission that caused from the food waste. And back on the landfill, every year 8 million tons of food 8 million tons of plastic is sold in the ocean every year, and which cause 80% of marine debris in the water are the plastic.
So the threat of the plastic pollution cannot be ignored. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to e-strategy, the recycling center.
So here is our overview of our product. Energy will cooperate with the waste management company in order to collect waste from the household and public places, and by implementing smart bin. And those smart bin we can detect on the Google Map. And also those waste we sold on the recycle center, which is cooperate with our energy. And after that, the recycled product will be sold on our e-commerce website and application.
So, how does the e-energy collect waste from the household? For us, we have 3 types of waste. The first one, green for organic waste. Second one, yellow for the plastic. And the last one, red for hazardous waste. When the user separates all the waste, they can scale it in the IoT scale for us, and then they will be giving the scan QR code scan sticker. Then they just scan the code, stick it on the trash bag, and put it into the categorized smart bins. So in case they put it wrong, in that case they will be giving the point. It is pending. So in case they put the waste in the wrong categorized smart bins, they will be get the notification, and their point will be deducted as a punishment, and also they will be fined according to the government policies. So after if they confirm that they throw the ban in the proper manners, then the point will can be transaction on our e-commerce website. So for the user, we give them 2 options. They can buy our product by using point or e-money. In fact, they don't have enough points, they can use it as a discount.
For our business strategy, we would like to earn revenue for 4 strategies. First, for a recycled product, we will be sold on our website. We will take 10% commission for the partner and 25% commission for the non-partner. And for the waste management company, we will charge them for the new installation for the smart bin, and the 10% of commission for 1 kilogram of waste.
So how people get benefits from us? So first, the user, they will be a part of our mission, and at the same time, they will get the reward for reducing the expense. And also for the waste management, they will get a convenient and faster method for waste collection, and at the same time, they can increase their revenue by selling their waste to our partner. For recycling companies, they will be able to increase the sale of the product and expand the market in the Asia.
At the same time, we would like to cooperate with the government for spreading awareness and supporting for investment. And also we would like to cooperate with the NGO, and we would like to work with SAP Analytics for our future plan. And last but not least, we will cooperate with ASEAN in order to make connections to our company in ASEAN.
So why do we strongly believe in our solutions? Because we come through a project called Refund and Earns, which is a successful one when people get 10 cents back when they return the bottle. And as a result, in 2 years, there are 4.86 billion, equal to 70% container have been collected back. And at the same time, so 86% of the people supported, while 59% of the people fully engaged in it. It is a successful story for them, but soon now it will be for us soon.
We believe that our solution is addressed for the SDG goal of United Nations Common number 8, disabled economic growth, and number 11, sustainability and community. And also our solution will align with ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community and ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025.
So for our timeline, right now we are in a developing phase in 2022. And then we would like to develop it for 1 year before going to the first pilot project in 2023, which we focus mainly on the plastic ban, and we would like to get investor and go to the market for the first time. And after that, we would like to go fully to the market, improving on the feedbacks, and in 2024. And after that, in 2026, we would like to expand our future focus on organic waste, paper, and also expand our connections. So if our e-strategy is implemented successfully, we will not only reduce the amount of waste, but also help people to earn profit from the waste too. With e-strategy, we transform waste to hidden treasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Sprinkle. Thank you, Team Sprinkle. That was definitely an eye-opening presentation. Judges, you now have 5 minutes to put forward your questions for Team Sprinkles.
Hi, Sprinkle.
Hi.
I like your presentation. So I do hope that you will be able to push this and make it happen. Have you done any benchmarking study with other countries who have a similar program? I'm sure in Europe and in some of the ASEAN countries, have a similar initiative on recycle and make these products, make it reusable. So I think that is one thing maybe you can look into if you're really serious to push this forward even after this competition. Another thing is I want to know when you mention punishment, and I'm a bit scared. Even I'm scared to have these apps because I will be punished. If I put the wrong rubbish number. So, do you have? Is this a good strategy? Do you think this is encouraging for people who wants to join? Your platform. And implement the programs, join your programs, because I think it's quite scary to get summons or punishment. Yeah. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to clarify a bit for this point, because right now in the government there are policies that if we put the waste in the wrong plastic bags, for example, the black one for the organic waste, and then we put it wrong and but it's not according to their policy, will be fine too. So we're thinking that we not for our projects, we would like to align with the government policies. But the policy in our country, in Thailand or in Vietnam, they will be different. So that this point, they will be adapted according to the government policies only. If the government doesn't have policy, we will not include it in our punishment too.
But how is the policy so far been is it working or not working?
For the policy in our Cambodia right now, it has just been implemented. We haven't seen the result, but I can see that people are trying really hard to adapt to the new policy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
I just wanted to come in and first of all, congratulations Team Sprinkle for a fantastic presentation and idea and for your enthusiastic presentation. So well done on that. Just a clarification more than a question, Team Sprinkle. So it is about, you've kind of looked at a product, right, which is e-Synergy Smart Bin. What will be your entry point? Who's your customer? You did mention that you're going to work with governments and NGOs and SAP and ASEAN, body. But who is what's your entry point? So who are you going to influence, to buy the product that you're going to produce?
So thank you. I would like to clarify again for this. We would like to work with the citizen, like the user, the general public, we will provide them the mobile application. But at the same time, for our stakeholders, there will be a waste management company and a recycle company where we would give them the benefit. Like for example, waste management company, we will connect them to the recycle company so that they can sell more waste to the recycle, which increase their revenue. And also we will provide them the IoT system and the smart bin to make their waste collection better. For the recycle center, we provide them the incentive, like we make the marketing for them. For example, the e-commerce website that we have provided, so they can start the product and we do the online marketing for them throughout the ASEAN. So this tool is the main stakeholder for us, and also the citizen is the customer that using our application to make the connection between our company and also the business.
I want to add on that in order to make the project success, we cannot only do of two of us, but we need to cooperate with the government, NGO, and SAP Analytics also. ASEAN
Sprinkles, you have
countries.
10 seconds to wrap up your answer.
Yes, that's all.
That's the end of our answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Team Sprinkles. Next, representing Indonesia, we have Team Spotindev from University Gajah Mada. Team Spotindev, you may start when you're ready.
Fashion, fashion, fashion. Honorable judges and audiences, do you know that we are a society that likes to shop? As a matter of fact, every year there are more than 1,000 billion items of clothing produced in this planet every year. We like to buy new clothes, new dresses, new accessories just to keep up with the newest trend. However, quoting one of the fashion legends itself, trendy is actually the last stage before tacky. Statistically speaking, nowadays, 3 out of 5 fashion items always ends up in the landfill. Seeing the society's demand toward fashion trend, the industry itself has evolved. Back then, we used to have only 4 fashion seasons. However, nowadays, we have 52 fashion seasons in a year. Or in other words, we actually produce one brand new collection every week.
This condition is known as a fast fashion trend. On one side, we could see the number of world population is growing, but the growth of textile volume in the world is higher. If we look further, this phenomenon leads to overproduction in the fashion industry. On the other side, people nowadays consume fashion items more than ever. According to McKinsey, the average consumed about 60% more clothing in 2014 than in 2000, yet keep each garment as half as long. This portrays an overconsumption solution happening in our society. This fast fashion trend has caused damaging environmental impact. We sum up 3 main reasons for this. First, fast fashion utilizes a huge amount of natural resources in its production. For example, for one t-shirt, it needs 400 gallons of water and 54 million joules of energy. For jeans, it requires 5 times more resources than t-shirt. The middle graph shows distribution part of energy consumption from fuel and electricity needs. The fashion industry high carbon footprint comes from high energy use and the manufacturing process that requires a lot of energy in dyeing. Furthermore, in the right graph, this dyeing process takes a big portion of water consumption in any size of industry. Second, fast fashion culture also produces a big portion of carbon emission and pollution. The fashion industry is the second largest industrial polluter after aviation, accounting for up to 10% of global pollution. This is due to the long end-to-end process of fashion production, starting from the fiber production, clothing production, until the end of life itself. In this process, ASEAN countries has a crucial role portrayed by the yellow boxes. More than that, we should aware on the textile raw material. Polyester, one of the key material in manufacturing, consumes big amount of water and contribute to high emission because it comes from oil-based resources. In ASEAN countries, we could see in the right graph, the demand of polyester is quite high because it is the main fiber for making shirt, trouser, suit, or footwear. Third, to meet the ever-changing demand for fashion, it can lead to an increase in textile waste. Only 10% of fashion waste is successfully recycled in the world, according to data from Ellen MacArthur. Unfortunately, the most common way to deal with fashion waste is incineration. We know that fashion is a big business in ASEAN. By looking at some cases of ASEAN countries, we would know that a major throwaway culture is still happening. Thailand are most likely to have thrown away more than 3 items of clothing that they have only worn once. Singapore has only 8% recycling rate of textile waste. Furthermore, in Malaysia, has produces a whopping textile waste which ends up in the landfill. So, we look up for initiative supporting the transition to circular economy. The circular economy is based on the principle of designing out waste and pollution, keeping products and material in use and regenerating natural systems. Good to be noted, we have great potential to shift to more sustainable fashion. We searched the trend for the word sustainable fashion on Google Trends in 5 ASEAN countries, and it shows a positive result.
Seeing this opportunity, we would love to introduce Czus as a solution. Czus is a platform to help people sell, donate, and recycle their unused wardrobe. Through Czus, we remove the hassle in sorting and selling second-hand fashion items, connect individuals with trustable communities and organizations, also provide a transparent and trackable progress for their listings, donations, and recycled items. With the aim of creating an ageless fashion cycle, through Czus, we provide first an interactive platform to increase people's interest in second-hand fashion items. In this page, people can see a summary of their impacts, choose various types of fashion items, until getting recommendation on the best and trending deals through existing banners and sections. Second, Czus also provides an easy and efficient service for people to declutter their wardrobe. In this page, people can choose whether they want to sell, donate, or recycle their unused wardrobe. Third, Czus also provides a media to connect like-minded individuals and increase sustainable fashion awareness through a community-based approach. In this page, people can choose whether they want to join such volunteering programs or even joining the local communities around them to foster the implementation of sustainable fashion in their area. Lastly, by providing complete information, high-quality pictures, and reasonable prices, Czus can also provide a sense of trust for buyers and sellers. For sellers itself, Czus provides a transparent progress for their listings, as can be seen here and here. For buyers, as Czus maintains the quality control of each item coming in, buyers can directly search for trusted and detailed information about the items that they want to buy just by clicking the items like this and this. In short, here's our main customer journey. Customers can send their pile of unused clothes to us, upload the delivery proof, and choose their service preference, whether they want to sell, donate, or recycle through the app. After we receive the items, we can directly help them sort based on their service preference, while at the same time, they can also check our progress daily through the app. We believe that our service can help sellers, buyers, until donators. In terms of helping sellers, our service can reduce the time and energy needed to sort their unused items, provide a cost-effective marketing strategy, until providing wider and potential leads for their listings. In terms of helping buyers, our service can provide a user-friendly app that can guarantee the quality of our second-hand items while also providing variety of product choices to be bought. And then lastly, in terms of helping donators, our service can reduce the time and energy needed for them to sort their unused items while also connecting them with trusted organizations and NGOs that really need their second-hand fashion items. In order to tap, reach, and convert the market, we will conduct 3 levels of marketing strategy. First, through the top of funnel, we aim to increase awareness regarding Czus to initiatives like social media activation, community collaboration, and search engine optimization. Second, through the middle of funnel, we aim to retain and convert new users to initiatives like in-app points, loyalty programs, and impact reports. Lastly, through the bottom of funnel, we aim to amplify the reach of Czus through initiatives like referral programs and word-of-mouth marketing strategy. In the future, here is our plan to develop Czus. In the first year, we'll focus on building the app, establish essential collaborations, and do market testing. In the second year, we'll focus on getting more customers, fundings, and developing more features. In the next years, we'll focus on delivering high-quality services, building high-performing team, and ensuring the company's sustainability. Based on our calculation, we'll reach our break-even point at the 4th year of operation.
To succeed our plan, we acknowledge the important role of other stakeholders. We need various stakeholders to complement our steps in creating the circular economy. We need policymakers to create some regulation, industry sector to avoid surplus of production, consumers to start shifting to slower consumption behavior, and ASEAN, also NGOs, to create some social campaign. Through the action, we hope to create environmental impact in the form of reducing carbon emission, energy demand, and water use in the fashion industry. As this initiative is in line with some goals in SDGs, ASEAN Economic Blueprint, and the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint, through Czus, we hope to accelerate the process of creating more responsible fashion consumption, production, and waste management within the ASEAN society. So, let's start with Czus. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Spotindev. We sure are learning more from your presentation. Judges, just like fast fashion, you are now given a quick 5 minutes to put forward your questions for Team Spotindev.
Thank you so much. Obviously, for all women out there, this is definitely a topic of interest. So great story behind it. I love the topic and obviously something very interesting. Just something to consider and hear your thoughts. I love the solutioning side, but have you thought connecting it back to maybe the manufacturers? So to help influence this production, maybe using secondhand materials and repurchasing back as part of the sustainability?
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Rodblood. So in regard to that, we've actually think about that. And as we can see here, as I may show, here, we have actually put industry to complement our step to avoid the surplus of production. We see that actually there are some potentials that we can regenerate from the excess of surplus of production. For example, in terms of product defect or the products that are not being sold in the market, we can actually resell that through our platform or even connect them with recycling companies that become our partners. Does that answer your question?
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Spotindev. I like your attire and I like your topic, question. Okay, I think, have you actually looked into creating a different kind of campaign apart from looking at your value chain? Because it's to impact minimalist concept to lifestyle. Because I think it's good that you have an effort to try to get the industry to produce less, which is quite unlikely sometimes, unless they can use different materials, perhaps, biodegradable materials, So that might actually save the earth a bit, the footprint, carbon footprint or whatever. But I think should actually expand it beyond the industry sectors and the consumer, because consumer will always wanted new things. But if you train them to have a minimalist concept in life, I think they will save a lot of spending in terms for this kind of materials. Because I mean, as one person, how many clothes we can wear? But usually it's because of the we wanted new things, the mental satisfactions, eyes and all that, and also it's humans behavioral. So maybe you can look into this part of it to start from young, perhaps, and then also, of course, I like your concept of circular economy. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Young, for the inputs. But in regard to that, we do actually have think about the behavioral, how can we change the behavior of society? That's why we put a community-based approach as one of our main solutions here, as we can see in the third interface. And furthermore, we see in the current status quo, people's awareness regarding sustainable fashion and their behavior are actually changing. For example, we've tried to search for their interest in regards to selling, donating, or recycling, or buying secondhand fashion items. And we see that here, for example, in Indonesia, the daily searches is actually quite high. For example, 50 daily searches for selling secondhand fashion items, and then 19 for buying, 25 for donating, and then also 20 for recycling. So I think that even though it's still low, but we're seeing a progress, and it's something that it's feasible to do in the future.
Do you have any plan for campaign for this?
Yes, of course. As we have stated in our go-to-market strategy, in order to increase awareness regarding Czus itself, we will focus first on the social media activation and then do community collaboration. That's actually the most effective way because we're targeting the people who have awareness about sustainable fashion itself. And lastly, by a search engine optimization. So when people search in regards to sustainable fashion or donating or recycling, people can directly goes into Czus website.
Yeah, I hope that you'll be successful, and hope that you can even take into age range, demographic segmentations when you do your campaign. It will be more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Team Spotindev and judges. Coming right up is Team Growy from National University of Lao, representing Lao. Team Growy, you may start when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Growy. My name is Put and my partner is Anne. Today, we are going to present about food loss and waste reduction to sustainable community. So let's get started. In this presentation, we divide it into 4 parts. First is introduction, second is problem, and the last one is recommendation. In this project, we would like to achieve the goal of SDG 12, and we focus on the target 12.3. By 2030, we want to have per capita global food waste, and we want to reduce food loss at the same time. For the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community 2025, we focus on the element C.4. It's about sustainable consumption and production. So let me introduce you what food loss and food waste is. Food loss and food waste is the food that we have to eat, and we throw it to be the trash into community. So when we have food loss, we will lose the energy, water, land, and inputs. And when we have food waste in the society, it will produce a lot of greenhouse gas. So when 2 of these go together, it will cause the problem of climate change and global warming. That is a problem that unfriendly to human like us and also the environment. So let's move to the issue and challenge that ASEAN people are still facing. The first one, we want to have per capita global food waste, but we see that ASEAN population still throw the foods around 83 kilograms per capita per year. Second, we want to access sustainable and green environment, but ASEAN community still live in the community that have greenhouse gas around 25%. The last one, we want to reduce food loss, but ASEAN people still have food loss for around 120 to 160 kilograms per capita per year. Next, let's move to the data analytic parts. Here, we would like to show you about that food waste is the highest rate that we have in the ASEAN community. As you see the pie chart here, the green part is about the food waste that we produce is more than 50% and is equally 6 out of 10 of the total waste. FAO also estimate that total annual cost of food loss and waste for the global economy, it's gonna be $940 billion in 2030. That means if we have food waste, we will lose the economic growth, and also we will lose the food that we could feed another people that in the group of hunger. Here we would like to show you about the comparisons about food waste that occur at any stage. So we do comparison about 10 ASEAN countries, and in the result, we found that Indonesia is the country that produce a lot of food waste. It's covered 38%. And that is the world's second largest food waster that throw foods around 300 kilograms per capita per year. On your right hand side, you can see the pyramid chart. We show you about the percentage of food waste. So by 61%, the food waste come from household. So that is the place that a lot of food waste come from. Here is about the food loss that occur in ASEAN. We do the comparisons about 4 types of food that we lost in every year. So we have fruit, cereal, pulse, and vegetable. But the top one that we lost in every year is fruit, and the second one is vegetable. So the percentage of the loss of fruit and vegetable is more than 10%. Inside of that, we also found food loss occur at farm more than 80%. On the right-hand side is the live chart that we show you the share GDP in agriculture of the year of 2018 and 2019. As you can see, Myanmar is the country that the share GDP of 2019 is dramatically decreased from 2018 for 2.3%. Here is about the greenhouse gas emissions that produce in our ASEAN community. So in figure 6, we do the total greenhouse gas emission, including land use change and forestry. In 2015 is the year that we produce a lot of greenhouse gas emissions in the communities. Inside of that, Indonesia is the country that produce a lot of greenhouse gas, and it cover by 66%. On the pie chart, we do the percentage of greenhouse gas emission that come from any sector. So we do have agriculture, land, food waste, industry, and other. So agriculture, land, and food waste be an important role that produce a lot of greenhouse gas emission. It's more than 25% and is equal 1 out of 4 of the total greenhouse gas emission. Meanwhile, food is largely wasted every year, but ASEAN still faces serious hunger issues. As you can see, the ASEAN Global Hunger Index ranking 2020, we found that Myanmar and Cambodia is the country that hunger issues are still in a serious level. In terms of hunger, we found that the children under 5 in ASEAN by 25.8% are stunted and 8.4% are wasting. 72% are overweight. So this is also the huge problem that we should find a solution to solve it. So let's move to the recommendation part.
We have recommendation for 4 sections like farm, they should avoid chemical with the plants and use organic fertilizer instead. And also reuse food loss to be compost. For distribution, they should have well packaging during retail and deliver the products in short time to reduce the food loss. For grocery store, they should have good marketing and have well stock to keep the products. It also help us to reduce the food loss. For home, we have to buy food or vegetable as we need and reuse what we have before buying it new. More than that, reuse food loss and reuse food loss to be compost or feed anymore. Those can help us to reduce the food waste. And besides that, we recommend to build the factory that can recycle the food loss and food waste to be compost, because the organic compost is friendly with the environment, and moreover, the plants grow up with the organic compost is better for our health. Next. And according to our analysis, we found that the food loss occur from farm more than 80%. So we should develop the technology at farm, whether indoor or outdoor farm. And the entrepreneur or farmer should do collection the data of total harvest in every season, and also the food loss in each year, because the data collection will help them to define the planning for planting. And all of this can help us to reduce the food loss and save money and save environment. And to be more sustainable and clean environments with less amounts of food loss and waste. We strongly believe in the collaborations of government, citizen, and entrepreneur. We would like the government to set the policy to reduce the food loss and waste, spread the food loss and waste information through social media or radio or TV. And more than that, they should add the cost that relate to food loss and waste information to the education system to avoid food loss, and also awareness the student to know more about the effect of food loss and food waste. For entrepreneurs, they should provide an adequate amount of food for the customer or other people who need it to avoid the food that's gonna be left over. And the citizen like us, we have to follow the policy and have self-awareness about the effect of the food waste and also the food loss. So all of this can help us to have the clean environment faster. Yes. And here are our reference. A beautiful environment starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Growy, especially for shining a light upon the current issue we're having today. Judges, you now have 5 minutes to put forward your questions for Team Growy.
Thank you very much. Team Growy, I think it's a very good presentation. I love the way you think is about the food loss and waste and reduction to sustainable community. One of the simple thing, you already referred to the ASEAN Socio-Cultural blueprint and also other blueprint, and you look also the chemical and waste of the environment sort of work in ASEAN. So what is your expectation with your proposed approach? How this can fit, how your approach can be further advanced of ASEAN work, and how ASEAN can support you, specifically to make it success?
Well, thank you so much for your questions. Well, thank you so much for your questions. So I think that first, we expect that we would like to have the community that have less amount of the food waste, because, for example, in Laos, we see a lot of people that they don't aware about the effect of food waste, so they just eat what they want and just left it as to be the trash. So what we would like to expect is we don't want to see that in our society, or we can avoid that, because it's the bad habit that can produce the greenhouse gas emissions in our society. So I think all of the recommendations that we mentioned can fit our society, and also the ASEAN Foundation can support us by promote on the social media, because many people, they don't know about the food waste or the effect of it. So maybe we can post on the social media about the information about food loss and food waste. Yes, that's all for my answer.
Yes, and I want to add some, and also add the cost that relate to reduce food loss and waste to the education system, because this can help us to aware many students to know more about the effect of it. Yes.
Judges, you still have 3 minutes to ask your questions.
I just like to ask one question and more a clarification. So first of all, great presentation, Growy. I think your recommendation of putting your focus on the supply chain side of it is great, and I think it's very well timed. There's a huge amount of disruption in the whole supply chain and logistics side, right? How do you think you will be able to weave that into your idea? So I did see that your second recommendation is around using tech at the farm level, but there is a huge technology disruption that's happening across supply chain. So how do you kind of weave in the different parts of supply chain, in your idea?
Thank you for your question, Czus. Well, at first, we have to do the campaign or promote the information about the food waste, because food waste or food loss come from 4 stages, like a farm, supply chains, and customer and retailer. So at first, we will do or train about at farm first, and then we will move to the retailer, to the retailers to make them more awareness and how can they plan to have short and well maintaining the product to the store. Yes.
And also the farmer, they should collect the data because the data can help them to planning for the next season that they will plant. Yes.
Thank you, Team Growy. Judges, is there any other questions? All right, Dan. Thank you, judges, and also thank you, Team Growy. Next, and last but not least, is Team Brain Drain from Sunway University, representing Malaysia. Team Brain Drain, you may start when you're ready.
All right, thank you so much. A good day to panel judges and everyone here. We are Team Brain Drain, and together with my partner Ryan, we'll be presenting to you on the topic of prioritizing e-waste. So as we all know, currently digital integration has been on the rise, and many companies or businesses are currently using these online services to provide their customers an improvement in terms of their daily life. So with that, it brings us to our first key insight.
So the first key insight that we found was that ASEAN countries depend on digital integration to increase their GDP. We discovered that 7% of ASEAN countries' GDP is contributed by digital economy, and that by 2025, the GDP of ASEAN countries is expected to increase by $1 trillion due to digital integration alone. This lets us conclude that digital integration is growing fast in sectors, which allows ASEAN's digital economy to increase. But what's so important about it? Well, digital integration is growing, and we depend on it for survival. An example of this that we can all relate to is that it has helped people survive during the COVID-19 pandemic, with examples being in terms of education, payment, and at eateries. The second key insight that we found is that electronic device demands are growing. We found that there is a growth in smartphone and computer demands, as well as a growth in import and export of electronic devices in ASEAN countries. And this growth is caused by digital integration. But on the other hand, it is also leading to an increase of e-waste across the world. So the third key insight that we found was that e-waste numbers are rising. We found that e-waste has only grown in ASEAN countries as years go by, and is only predicted to continue rising, which is caused by the next key insight, which is that e-waste has not been handled properly. In Asia, Southeast Asia is the only region that recorded 0 tons of e-waste that is documented to be collected or recycled. On top of that, the e-waste laws in ASEAN countries are still in progress. As the amount of e-waste rises, e-waste laws and efforts in ASEAN countries are still not sufficient to prevent the upcoming surge in years to come. In ASEAN countries, we found that most e-waste is handled by burning or piling up in landfills. This could be devastating for us because the hazardous components in e-waste can cause air, water, and soil pollution when not treated properly, which will potentially harm our health.
So the root cause and gap we'd like to close includes 1, the lack of awareness, and 2, lack of incentives, and 3, lack of convenience. So with that, it brings us to our executive summary. So now we know that the demand in digital integration across ASEAN countries is high, and the problem that we see is that when increasing digital integration, it also increases the amount of e-waste generated. And this has also led to the problem of having a higher risk of environmental and health issues. Now, due to the root causes mentioned, most e-waste ends up in the landfill or being burnt. Now, after knowing the situation and what the problem is, we can now arrive to the question of how can we lessen the risk of environmental and health problems through reducing e-waste while coping with the high demand of digital integration across ASEAN countries through increasing awareness, incentives, and convenience? And the answer to that is by introducing the cradle-to-cradle technical cycle to achieve the e-waste circular economy as well as e-waste eliminator app. So, based on the case study in Switzerland, we found out that they were able to battle against e-waste through increasing the recycling rate by 95% in 2018 by just introducing a circular economy for e-waste. Now, this C2C philosophy calls for redesigning and reshaping traditional product designs and manufacturing systems to a closed-loop system in which every material travels through a continuous cycle of use and reuse. The fundamental goal of this C2C system is to ensure that the sustainable businesses maintain a positive impact on people, planet, and profit. Now, let's look into how the C2C can be implemented across ASEAN countries. We'd like to ensure that these e-waste can be upskilled and refurbished in the manufacturing stage. So reuse and repair can also be done when there are some minor issues. And with that, we ultimately will want to increase the product life cycle by reducing 10% of e-waste being burned or ending up in the landfills. Now let's look into how we can implement it together with our important stakeholders. So it can first be done through reverse logistics, where consumers and companies will join hand in hand and write on different sales strategies that will be used to ensure that the products will be refurbished, repaired, and remanufactured. Next, it will be done through increasing the MRF, where an e-guide on how to dispose of e-waste responsibly will be distributed to the consumers and industries. Lastly, it will also be done through sustainable production of electronics, where the company will achieve C2C Institute certification provided by the government, where it provides assurance to the customers that products are environmentally friendly and have an efficient design. Other than that, let's look into the current existing apps. So the first one is the Buy the Recycle app from China, which connects consumers, dismantlers, and manufacturers to sell and collect the e-waste easily. And the second app is My Gizmo app from the USA, where it acts like an electronics marketplace to promote and sell e-waste. And lastly, it will be My e-waste app from Malaysia, where there is an educational sector for consumers to learn more about each e-waste and navigate themselves to the nearest e-waste collection center. So in reference to the existing apps available in the market, we like to adopt their best case practices on top of our current idea. So besides our C2C cycle, we will be also integrating the e-waste eliminator app. So the objectives include first, reducing the amount of e-waste, second, promote the right method of disposing e-waste, and third, to provide education on electronic devices compositions. So what our app will provide is personalized incentives, easy access, easy tracking, environmental protection, and education. With that, let's look into how the app can be used.
So the important features that the app would have in order to achieve its objectives would be to firstly, have a screen for users to create an account or log in. After logging in, users will be able to view recent news and upcoming events regarding e-waste. Users are also able to read up on the materials each electronic device comprises of, and they can navigate nearby e-waste collection centers. To keep track of each e-waste being disposed, users would have to scan a QR code and take a picture of the electronic device being disposed in order to gain points which can be exchanged for personalized incentives, and they will also be able to track post-disposal electronic devices and their involvement in environmental protection. And now, let's look at the go-to-market.
So we'll first catch the customer's attention through social medias, government public service announcements, and digital billboards. And second, we'll connect them through International E-Waste Day campaign and SDG campaigns. Third, the consumers will then be converted through using the e-waste eliminator app that can be found on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Lastly, they'll be continue using this app with personalized incentives provided and e-waste tracker implemented, where they will get to know what happens to the disposed e-waste as well as their involvement in the environmental protection. So here are the targets and indicators that will be achieved. And let's look into how we can implement it. So it'll be done through a timeline starting from 2022 till 2035, where in phase 1, there'll be legislation of 5 key concepts of e-waste being conducted with the ASEAN governments and waste management industry. Now, with this legislation, each country can start to build and drive the importance of e-waste management. And in phase 2, there will be training provided to educate and raise awareness of the C2C technical cycle through campaigns, conferences, and webinars held by professionals. And in phase 3, a digital platform such as our e-waste eliminator app will be created by software engineers to better support this C2C cycle and make it more convenient for each stakeholder to uphold. And in phase 4, by reviewing and understanding the product life cycle, a more suitable framework and policy can be created for each industry to uphold and implement independently. Now, through using the C2C cycle and e-waste eliminator app, sustainability is achieved. Because first, consumers are empowered to contribute to environmental protection more conveniently by just using the app. And second, production cost is reduced through Cradle Technical Cycle Initiative. And third, with everyone playing their role, we can reduce the amount of e-waste generated. Now, to end our presentation, we'd like to introduce a quote. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Now, that is all for our presentation. We are Team Brain Drain, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Team Brain Drain, especially for reminding us to pay attention on our e-waste. Judges, you now have 5 minutes to ask your questions for Team Brain Drain.
Okay, thank you very much. If allow me to jump in. Thank you very much, the Team Brain Drain. It's a very good initiative. The way look at this sort of another type of waste that we maybe not really pay much attention, and that's the time that we need to look at that. And I'm very keen to learn more from you. I think with that, I would like to know from you what are the key challenge and constraints that you may foresee how to advance this initiative further to apply in your pilot area as well as in ASEAN sort of context where we can replicate. Thank you very much.
I think one of the challenges that would be faced is because disposing waste properly, you could say that it is actually something that is voluntary from people. So people would actually choose whether they want to dispose it properly or not. So we do provide personalized incentives, but in the end, it is still up to the people whether they would still like to take part in disposing e-waste properly and making our planet a safer place.
Yep. I think adding on to that, there's another constraint in the sense if e-waste management centers are also easily able to actually implement in a short duration because it requires resources, which we will still need a lot of alignments. So I think another constraint is also the alignment process, where we have to align with many stakeholders in this situation. Yeah. Thank you for your question.
I'd like to ask as well, I love the topic. Technology is obviously the backbone of my organization as well, although we manage more software than hardware, which is part of the waste. Something to think about, you focus a lot on the recycle, but something to consider is really the reuse incentives, and maybe even bring in the corporate responsibilities, because a lot of the waste is in this space is coming from corporate rather than individuals, although we have a lot of cell phones in this area. So how can you bring the corporate responsibility and the concept of reuse into the next generation of areas that do not have the same privilege as changing phones or laptops or screens as often as the technology itself is evolving? But I love the topic, and thank you so much for bringing that topic to our front end today. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think that, hold on, let me move on to the slide. I think that for the corporate side, it would be beneficial to mainly promote the bad sides of e-waste, like what the negative effects it can cause, and also promote why you should dispose e-waste properly in the campaigns, like having campaigns in a timely basis, so that people would stay educated, stay aware, and in an effort to try to make everybody take part in this initiative.
Sorry, is there any time still? Yeah. Just wanted to add on to the question just now. It is very important to, the main contributor of the waste is actually corporate, as what was mentioned earlier. So I think there needs to be a connected and linked network or any organizations that you can set out, or any service that you can set out to link the corporate to the CSR service, because we do have an initiative last year with SAP to refurbish, reuse, transform, take the gadgets from SAP, and then we move it to the needy community, because digital world will be the future for all of us. So many countries, many community, poorer community doesn't have the resources. So I think you should put in the effort into that also, apart from campaign and awareness. This is really something very crucial to highlight. So that is my suggestions for you to enhance your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Team Brain Drain, you have maybe 10 seconds if you'd like to add anything else to Dr. Yang's suggestion.
I think that suggestion is a very good suggestion, and we did actually consider in terms of CSR how corporates can actually come in hand as well. So because most of the costs is something very hard for us to bear as well. So that's maybe one of the constraints that we have to look into, and hopefully through the CSR, we don't only reach out to corporates, people who are able to afford, but as well as those, maybe in Malaysia, we call it B40, those who are actually struggling in terms of this money and also in terms of all this education, hope that they can also get the same chance of having these devices. Yeah.
Thank you, Team Brain Drain, and thank you, judges. We've come to the end of the first half of the team presentations. We will now be going for a short 15 minutes break. To all participants, kindly put yourself on mute and stay on in this meeting, as we will resume the team presentation in a bit. We would also like to kindly request that all judges send in the scores they have given to the first 5 teams for our organizers. For those tuning in on ASEAN Foundation's live stream, please stay on the line as we will be back to you shortly. See you soon.
And I would like to congratulate all finalists who have competed today. You have proven that the pandemic cannot stop you, cannot stop us.
You know, what we call the post-COVID-19 recovery framework, if you pay attention to the recent ASEAN summit that is just concluded in Hanoi online, one of the biggest outcome is the 5th bullet, as you can see.
It's a great honor to be the judge and then also to select the best winners. And I'm so impressed with the skill and with the training, the quality of participants churn out from this project.
Of understanding, and how you could go about searching for the information that you need to join SAP. And feel free to connect with me.
When you go into this competition, what you are definitely able to do is that I got to see data and analytics in its true raw form and how it would be in the real world. not clean and sugar coated like in the university where they teach you to.
What I've learned in ASEAN Data Science Explorers, not only the analytical skills and also the data visualization, but I also know the importance of pitching skills and how you convey the story towards your data, because data itself separately will not give any meaning or will not give any information to us if we're not having a storyline on.
This is what helps them to drive new business models, to be able to enter new markets, to survive and thrive and expand and grow the organization. And so the timing is perfect for everyone in this competition, because your skills are more in demand than ever before. Being able to derive insights from data to help make data-driven decisions in an organization is worth so much to
show you. So this is our experience center here. Usually what we do is we bring lots of different clients and stakeholders, and we'll bring them through a design methodology process where we inspire them in these.
Horizon scanning, some of you are probably already familiar, but horizon scanning is just a way of looking at future developments based on current technology and current developments, and trying to think what may happen, what we need to be aware of, what we should be looking out for, but also, like Mary Kay was saying, what are the opportunities? What are the good things we should be trying to do?
And I would like to congratulate all finalists who have competed today. You have proven that the pandemic cannot stop you, cannot stop us.
You know, what we call the post-COVID-19 recovery framework, if you pay attention to the recent ASEAN summit that is just concluded in Hanoi online, one of the biggest outcome is the fifth bullet, as you can see.
It's a great honor to be the judge and then also to select the best winners, and I'm so impressed with the skill and with the training, the quality of participants churn out from this project.
Of understanding, and how you could go about searching for the information that you need to join SAP, and feel free to connect with me.
When you go into this competition, what you are definitely able to do is that I got to see data and analytics in its true raw form and how it would be in the real world. Not clean and sugar-coated like in the university where they teach you to.
What I've learned in ASEAN Data Science Explorers, not only the analytical skills and also the data visualization, but I also know the importance of pitching skills and how you convey the story towards your data, because data itself separately will not give any meaning or will not give any information to us if we're not having a storyline on.
This is what helps them to drive new business models, to be able to enter new markets, to survive and thrive and expand and grow the organization. And so the timing is perfect for everyone in this competition, because your skills are more in demand than ever before. Being able to derive insights from data to help make data-driven decisions in an organization is worth so much to
show you. So this is our experience center here. Usually what we do is we bring lots of different clients and stakeholders, and we'll bring them through a design methodology process where we inspire them in these.
Horizon scanning, some of you are probably already familiar, but horizon scanning is just a way of looking at future developments based on current technology and current developments, and trying to think what may happen, what we need to be aware of, what we should be looking out for, but also, like Mary Kay was saying, what are the opportunities? What are the good things we should be trying to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our virtual ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021. We will now be continuing the team presentations with Team Glory from Myanmar Institute of Theology, representing Myanmar. Team Glory, you may begin when you're ready.
Okay, we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Hello, good morning. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we are from Team Glory, Myanmar, and we're gonna present about New Born to Travel. It's about travel and recovery to tourism. I'm Mr. Altaka and my teammate is Ms. Esther Simon. So as we all know, before COVID-19, over the 5 years, we have a highly success in tourism sector with over millions of tourist arrivals and also tourist contribution to travel and tourism to GDP for each ASEAN nation. But when we face with COVID-19 here, for globally, it decreased to 5% in GDP when compared to 10.4% in 2019. For also ASEAN countries, it decreased to 7.52% account for tourism GDP. So for revenue sector, it also decreased when compared to 2019 and 2020. So for that, we are working on ASEAN tourism, which has a highly success with tourism contribution with millions or billions. And also when we face an attack on tourism by COVID-19, we faced with 5.76 nearly billions in loss in 2020. And as consequences, we face with sharply decrease of tourism sector. That means lower economy and sustainability for each ASEAN nations. And that is a barrier to implementation of ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025, mainly for a quality tourism destination. So tourism is like supported to each economy of ASEAN nations. Like we can see a dramatically increase in GDP sector, and also it can compose to GDP contribution and also employment sector. So for that, we estimated early. So in 2024, we will expect high millions of visitors with high millions of tourism GDP contribution. But when we face with COVID-19, we made some of the main spotlights, like it decreased to 12.4% GDP contribution per nations when compared to 2019 for ASEAN tourism. So tourism is like a key economic sector for ASEAN countries. So, but due to pandemic, tourism sector can keep promoting for economy. So why we're talking about tourism, like tourism is very important. Economic growth and the tourism industry are really compatible according to Keynesian theory. So like as we can see, it can promote to GDP, employment, to the capital, and like that to the foreign exchange for each countries, and also account for the world export commercial. So tourism is like a crucial premise for infrastructure of the country. So we can create a valuable exchange, and also we can operate with a qualified workforce with the tourism sector, and also we can upgrade standardized organizations, and also to get sustainable communities. So when COVID-19 attacked health sector, we can deny tourism sector as well, because here we can see estimations, we will get a stable GDP contribution to tourism in later years. But when we face with COVID-19, we face with loss of jobs, and also as we can keep our journey as estimation. So that this data indicates that tourism sector must run as soon as possible, not soon, as soon as possible. So also in employment sector, we can see a lot of contribution to employment sector from tourism sector. But for COVID-19, we can help tourism sector with employment. So that means less employment means slow and flat GDP, and also this lead to unstable economy and community to get sustainable communities. So for that, we saw some of the tourism success of data and also impact of COVID-19, and also lacking opportunities to be prepared, and also processes needed to convert after the pandemic. So Esther, what are the core causes for that?
Yes, we have found 4 main facts which are preventing the growth of our tourism industry. So the first thing is unstable political situations and weak tourism security. For this, the best example will be the current situations of our country, Myanmar. Second, needless to say, COVID pandemic and restrictions have been hit a lot through all of the nations. And third, the lack of infrastructures, weak in policy and management need to be repaired again. Fourth, as today is a digital age, we cannot omit the needs of digital skills in tourism industry too. That's why we have come up with 3 recommendations to overcome all of this barrier. The first recommendation is all about 3 steps: recovery state, reopening state, and resilience state. Besides, we have other main attempt like kind of collaboration, making intensive regional effort, promoting fair and equality, and enhancing capacity building. So for the implementation plan of recommendation 1, here is as follow. Like in recovery state, we mostly focus on the promoting of famous tourism places. At there, we will research for the tourism places, also for the challenges and for the preparation for the reopening stage. On top of that, the most important thing is to get vaccination for all of this prior area. And for the second stage of reopening stage, it will be all about the safety of our tourists. That's why we will go for the reinforcing of entry restrictions. After that, we're going to launch our tourist targeted area to all of the international visitors from step by step. In the last stage of resilience stage, it will be all about the awareness of cautions and upgrade the system. That's why we need to follow up the 6-month project, the last 6-month project, and also need to assemble for the looming challenges and also have to advance the project with extended tourism area. For all of these 3 stages, the timeline will be as follows. So that's why we believe that in 2022, we will be able to rerun our tourism industry as successfully as in the past. Okay, so for this is our recommendation 2. Here we choose ecotourism as a new opportunity for the growth of tourism industry. As you all know, like we people are very feel stressed and have to live stuck at home for so long. So people want to feel that one with nature, and ecotourism will be the best choice for all of the international visitors. And these are the 4 sectors that we make to support our ecotourism growth. So yeah, let's go for the implementation plan. In this implementation plan, as you all see, like for the get ready and prepare for reopening in this stage, it will be all about the vaccinations and develop and upgrade the software of tourism industry. And in the second phase of capitalizing on e-commerce, it will be all about the advertisement of our local product, local tourist places through social media. And at the same time, it will preserve our own unique identity, and also it can attract all of the international tourists through our local product through the social media. And for the third phase, we need to process, analyze, and upgrade the project. Like it will be all about the evaluating of the progress of our e-commerce and the development of digital skills. At the same time, we're gonna start to initiate for the opening of ecotourism area. And lastly, it will be all about profit divisions. As you all know, like we do some project, we will get profit from there. And for 50%, it will go for recovery process, and 30% for salary, and 20% for government capital investment. And this major action will be taken by all of our following reliable collaborator or cooperator, and at the same time with this timeline. So this photos of this graph also show that if we could rerun our tourism industry again into by the end of 2025, these are the things that we have predicted for the growth of GDP for all of the ASEAN nations. And these are the 4 main goals for that we could get for from our recommendation 2, which are the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025. So lastly, finally, we have the last recommendation that is all about the suggestions for policy planning, like kind of prioritizing area for reforming process, taking example from previous successful policy like BEST, and to encourage for the proper quality strategy. At the same time, we will be able to make for the stability and increase of tourism expenditure. From all of our suggestions, we believe to make a good policy, and then to have all these C2, E1, A2, and D2 from the goal of ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint 2025. So yeah, this is all about our recommendations. And for the third recommendation, we will start making from the end of October ASEAN Annual Meeting 2021. And from all of our recommendations and all of our implementation plan, we believe to achieve our ASEAN nation community as a sustainable community towards dynamic and harmonious community, lastly to become a resilient community which can provide a lot of job opportunities and a lot of new things and opportunity to all of the ASEAN people. So yeah, thank you so much for each of your attention. This is the end of our presentation, and these are the references that we took for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Glory, especially at reminding us the joy of traveling, but most importantly, a sustainable tourism. Judges, you now have 5 minutes to ask your questions for Team Glory.
Yeah, Thank you, Team Glory, for the presentation. In tourism, the roles of local people, it's important, yeah, both as beneficiaries and also as a contributor, yeah. So sometimes local people can contribute positively, but sometimes can give negative effect also to the tourism program. So in your case, what kind of roles from local people that you expect to be able to support your program?
Thank you so much for your question, sir. So yeah, we have made that as local people are the main part in our this kind of ecotourism sector. So we have made that as we are mentioned before, like we will give them kind of training and for the like to upgrade their skill, not only to upgrade their skill, to help more about the things. And we will make all of this project to the help of our young volunteer from the cities, like yeah, as we all are just live in here, so yeah, we will get the help from the young volunteers and we will upgrade the skills and the ethic of the local people. So, yeah, this is our plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, you still have 4 minutes if you have any questions for Team Glory.
Yeah, I would like to check, have you thought about, obviously the pandemic is hitting the tourism very hard. Have you given it a thought with what other industry maybe tourism can work together with to pivot themselves out of being just one silo type of industry?
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. for your question. Yeah, that's why we have come up with our recommendation too. Coco, could you please recommend our recommendation to slide implementation plan? Yes, here we will go with this capitalize on e-commerce. As you all can see, like that's why we use our main social media platform and we use the advantages of digital scale for attract and to show the attractions for the tourist visitor. Like as you all know, we can sell the product, the local product, and we can advertise from all of these things from the social media, and we want to collaborate with kind of e-commerce distributor, kind of like in here in ASEAN right now. Lazada is the most distributor in ASEAN nation. So we want to collaborate with that kind of people, that kind of organization, and that kind of distributor to promote our local product. From there on, the visitor will know about interest about the local product, and through this, we will attract and invite them to our tourism attraction places. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question, sir. There is a limitation on traveling and all that. So how are you going to get people to come to your country?
Yeah. Yes, that's why we also have, thank you so much, Miss. And so that's why we also have made for the good quarantine strategy, like in the policy making, like we suggest them to have a good, policy and quarantine strategy. From there on, we will, actually we have make the detail about in here, like we will discipline for the trip and also for organize them to get them, and mostly and we also we will provide them for a better quarantine places, and also from there on we also limited the places, like in the first recommend implementation plan too. We also make a targeted area, and we're gonna make the research for which place can start fast for the reopening stage. That's why in here, like for the recovery stage, we will research for the potential places that we can start for the reopening stage. At the same time, we will make to get the vaccinations for that kind of prior area, so then we can go for the reopening stage very quickly. Yes, thank you so much, Ms.
Judges, another 20 seconds if you have any other questions or suggestions you would like to put forward.
I actually have one suggestion because I'm in quarantine right now. So if you can have a package for quarantine, which is very nice,
that not only confined to room, I mean that people can quarantine in their little village like that, you know. So all the quarantine people can just still move around outside and have coffee outside, but it's the quarantine village, you know. I think I would go to your country if you have that, you know, instead of confined to the room.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you
we'll
so
try
much.
that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you so much. It's such an amazing advice for us to process for this better proposal. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and well done, Team Glory. Next, we have Team Amplify from University of the Philippines, Visayas, representing the Philippines.
Today, Aero is wearing a Barong Tagalog, a national attire of the Philippines, while I am wearing a modern Filipiniana that I see myself with a malong, which is a common wear from the southern Philippines. Our base palette, white, represents rice, which is the staple crop of the Philippines, as well as the purity of our hearts, to contribute to ASEAN development. And also today, let us meet Aida, a 24-year-old farmer's daughter and environmental advocate from the Philippines, who tries her best to live sustainably by eating organic food, minimizing plastic waste, and patronizing locally made reusables.
However, her influence and actions could only go so far because sustainability is intertwined by mindful production and consumption, a multifaceted and complex system that requires team effort and, most importantly, communication.
Good day, ASEAN.
Good day, world.
We are Team Amplify from the University of the Philippines, Visayas, representing the Philippines, presenting our data story and solution entitled
Sustainable Consumption Loop, Limiting Waste and Sustaining Capabilities in ASEAN Communities Through Real-Time Information Cloud.
The increasing urbanization has merited waste management dilemmas, hence interfering with sustainable production and consumption. Do you remember Aida? She was a farmer's daughter and a farmer herself and has personally felt this impact. Because as time passes by, demands for crops are turning inexplicably high and dynamic too, resulting in tons of surplus, which would lead to poor waste management, less profit for our farmers, and generally a heavier carbon footprint. And this is not sustainable at all.
So looking at the bigger picture, populations in ASEAN countries have been steadily increasing in the past 11 years. This growth has been nothing but rapid, increasing in millions annually. These populations are projected to migrate from rural communities to cities due to rapid urbanization, which gives people more financial and market opportunities, hence security and convenience. While the rural and urban population have been close in the 2010s, as we inch towards 2050, the majority of the population will be expected to flock to urbanized areas.
This postulate is concretized by this graph for ASEAN urbanization from 2009 to 2019, which shows a steady and considerable increase. Note the consistent 100% urbanization of Singapore, which shows that it is a highly urbanized country. While urbanization can impact the economy positively by creating jobs and centralizing markets, the rapid growth in urban population positively correlates with waste generation. As you can see in this map that describes municipal solid waste generation per capita, with green being the least and red being the most, only Singapore is colored bright red, which, as we have seen earlier, is already at its peak of urbanization, indicating an alarming MSW generation rate.
So from the figures, it is clear that the rapid urbanization is parallel to the waste generation. And by 2025, the total municipal solid waste generation of some ASEAN countries is set to double from what we have recorded in 2012. Considering the pandemic and how MSW initiatives like the waste facilities have been halted and slowed down by it, this projection might even exceed.
But municipal solid waste is not even the end of the burden, as it too is parallel to the increase in CO2 emissions. This will then ricochet to us as CO2 emissions are bound to disrupt the food supply chain, which will eventually open a myriad more problems for us to solve.
But more than anything else, this will lead to the continuous repercussions of the climate crisis and might cause us not to reach the 2030 IPCC deadline of cutting global emissions into half and arriving at a net zero by 2050.
In sum, the higher demanded urbanized product caused by urbanization means higher production and eventually higher volume of waste generated. This is a multi-sectoral problem that covers SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, as well as SDG 11 and 13, sustainable cities and communities and climate action. Now let us go back to Aida's situation in the Philippines, where waste management is made more complicated by the acceleration in urbanization due to the opportunities that it showcases to the people.
So currently, about 74% of the waste is being produced by the households, and almost 35,580 tons are the everyday garbage generated. And however, only 40 to 85% are the waste being collected nationwide. So with all this load in mind, we think What will happen to Ida now? What will happen to her community? And what will happen to her country? And most especially, what will happen to ASEAN?
This is why we designed UpTrack, an information-driven communication system to monitor production, consumption, waste management, and trade priorities through cloud computing. This system accounts for the 4 sectors that encompass the flow from production to waste, with the addition of the lawmaking bodies to concretize policies.
We have our production force, which are made of farmers like Ida, fisher folks, and factories, which marks the start of our perishable and imperishable goods.
Second, these commodities and resources will be transported to consumers through our local trade centers, to which the demand of goods and supply density will be determined.
So third, after the consumers, it is inevitable to have surplus, which contributes greatly to our waste production. Both perishable and imperishable waste will then be handled by our waste management facilities.
The data and statistics produced by all of these sectors, most especially the waste management, will be screened by experts and policymakers to craft the right threshold for waste regulation practices. But you might wonder, what is the UpTrack Cloud in the middle for?
The UpTrack Cloud serves as the mediator. So for example, the user will input the production rates, the waste monitoring, and the existing policies. And the UpTrack Cloud, through UpTrack Cloud, it will send the feedback to the user through the recycling, recovery, update policies, and so many more. So it's made for accumulate necessary data from the sectors discussed earlier to send back information, which will then be useful making crucial decisions.
For instance, let us look at UpTrack in the lens of Ida, the farmer that we have talked about earlier. Ida could receive information as to what crops are in demand in the market and how her farmer produce is doing, as she will too input her crop yield so that the markets will know how much stock they're expecting and how a certain crop or produce is faring with the current consumer supply and demand. Now, this also happens in real time, because here in Team Amplify, we believe that real-time information means real-time informed decisions.
So we want to show you what is in store for the ASEAN and the UpTrack. So the UpTrack will be designed to deploy as a hybrid cloud available for private and public users. However, access to sensitive data differs. In fact, the cloud delivery model is mainly platform as service or PaaS. That's why we came up with the UpTrack Cloud platform. And this has been further reviewed and studied by Muhammad Azam et al. In 2016, how cloud-based smart waste management is effective for developing countries. So here is the
Yes. Here is our interface. And now here we have our UpTrack feasible focal points, which will make our solution better, concrete, compact, and definitely effective. First, we have the transportation sectors, which connect sectors together and makes trade prioritization and real-time tracking possible as we partner with them. Then we have the recycling facilities, which all in all determines our waste inputs and repurpose outputs. So knowing what processing plants are available and what we need will be vital to reduce waste.
And our waste tracking partners, so we could identify possible land and water polluters to hold them accountable for their actions. Education, of course, because the importance and benefits of sustainable living, the climate crisis, and the current analytics should be made available to the general public. Lastly, product development, so as to make effective and sustainable packaging to lessen waste runoff and non-biodegradable materials.
With regards to the timeliness of cloud computing, the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025 envisions a substantial portion of the population being on broadband devices, leading towards the use of cloud services. This is concretized by a research conducted by Abdullah et al. In 2020 that tells the emerging benefit of cloud computing, allowing faster access to infrastructure, greater scalability, and higher availability. And now, ASEAN, it is about time for us to adopt cloud-based solutions as we progress as a nation.
And here we have the indicators of our main SDG. The SDG 12, such as one that has global food waste at the retail and consumer levels, and SDG 13, such as the one where we could integrate plans and policies to adapt and mitigate impacts of the climate change. So apart from that, by 2025, the following goals of ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community and ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint will be accomplished, such as the A.1 of ASCC, engaging stakeholders in ASEAN processes, and Section C.4, sustainable consumption and production.
Our solution here comes also with a technology roadmap, a very easy to understand at that takes into account the 2030 IPCC timeline. Here we start with the cloud creation, the creation of the interface, which we have already started on, to its sustainability, to making it public, and finally making it a staple for ASEAN, taking into account, of course, the stakeholders and partners that will make this project possible and effective.
So our solution, Uptrack, targets adequate sectors, is envisioned with strong and reliable partners and with the right marketing and support from ASEAN. We believe that this solution can be revolutionary, not only for our nation, not only for the entire ASEAN, but also for the world. So here are the data set that we have used in crafting our data story and solution.
In Team Amplify, we believe a better future for Ida, the farmer that we have talked about earlier, her community, our community, and the future of ASEAN generations that we will make is possible. Together, we can, hand in hand, solve waste management issues and at the same time provide opportunities for our primary producers like the farmers and fisher folks to grow and the consumers to have enough goods to thrive. Our solution, Uptrack, is only an instrument, and we need you to start a collective action to make this possible. So the only question remaining here for us to ask is, are you up for the challenge? Thank you so much.
And thank you, Team Amplify. That was certainly a magnificent and exciting presentation. Now get ready for a Q&A session with the judges.
Okay, may I join the team? I think congratulate to the team Amplify. I think you have excellent presentation and well coordinated. I think it's one of the good things, and also you have identified and analyzed quite well on the issue of this matter. I think you present about the cloud sort of based solution is one of the thing that excited to me because of with the community kind of approach, but you introduce this cloud based approach. I mean, that need to go well with the education, the better of the community where they can access to that sort of technology, and also the way they can also participate. So I think this is one of the good things that we may need to look at as a new trend of solution. And with that, I just would like to know specifically, do you see any sort of specific role that ASEAN can do and support you in the way of advance further? I mean, you highlight a lot, but it's quite broad about the master plan and connectivity plan and so on. So can you elaborate a little bit in terms of how you can, what you can see that ASEAN can do and can support you?
Well, we believe that ASEAN has a lot of talents, not only on the fields that we are known about, but also in the data analytics, such as we are, who are rising data analysts who will contribute to ASEAN development in the future. We believe that ASEAN could help us by bringing us talents, helping us source for talents to make our interface possible, to make it good, and also to make it better, and also help us with our marketing initiatives for it to reach people. Because the primary purpose of our product is not only to provide communication, because we cannot do that if we cannot reach people. And I know very well that ASEAN could help us in reaching the right sectors, in reaching the right people, in reaching the right partners for this solution to be possible and feasible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we know that this solution is feasible and scalable across all countries in the ASEAN region. And we believe that through the ASEAN, it can be better and it can be further developed for the future. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vong. Thank you so much.
Can I ask, obviously you're trying to connect a lot of parts and a lot of dots together. Have you managed to find out which of the dots are already today in type of a solution out there? Because obviously you're trying to introduce something that needs to have a lot of uptake by all the different pieces, but maybe some of them are already developed today, which is going to be very difficult to make people or make organizations change the solutions that they're using. Have you looked at that side?
Well, we have actually realized that each sectors have their own way of monitoring what they have. They have, but it is inadequate as it is only internally. It does not have communication between sectors, which our solution has for you. So not only that the sectors give they will also receive something. So our solution encompasses all sectors in the fact that it is also sensitive of their internal processes, of their internal systems, which we will also consider. And as Sir Vong has said, as we have answered this question, that we have a lot of ASEAN talents here. And we know that the ASEAN talents in data analytics and making partnerships in management and marketing will make the solution possible and will make all these sectors in harmony, will make all this work for our solution to be somewhat of a mediator, somewhat of a provider for them for having good feedbacks and have nice inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rotla.
Just wanted to come in at the back of that Eilet's question. So first of all, great presentation.
Thank you so much.
The way I feel, and what Eilet just mentioned about the interconnectedness of multiple stakeholders, I think you'll need a lot of influence at a leadership level, to really incite commitment from all. How do you plan to do that?
Well, yes, we acknowledge that we need a lot of leadership. We need a lot of due diligence from ASEAN itself for this to be possible, because it does not only entail a single country. It entails the movement of the entire ASEAN for this to work, which is why we are starting also with our communities. We are starting with the Philippines first before we integrate it into the whole ASEAN. Starting from little steps, trying to partner with the local leaders and making this work for us means that it is scalable also. It is feasible not only for our local communities, not only for the Philippines, but for the entire ASEAN. So I believe that with the right communication, as our app has said, with the right partnerships that ASEAN could help us make, with the right funding, with the right support that the ASEAN talents could give and invest on our solution, this is very possible. And if it goes into that large of a scale, that is actually the vision, that it goes to that large of a scale wherein all the ASEAN and the ASEAN leaders, even international, could take part in this. But we must always start with little steps, and we have started in that. And we are sure that if we are given the opportunity to push through this solution, we are able to make this happen for ASEAN.
Thank you, Team Amplify, and thank you, judges. Next, representing Thailand. Thank you. And next, representing Thailand, we have Team Youth Forward from St. Joseph Confidence School. Introducing Thailand. All right, guys, you may start when you're ready.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, everyone. In honor of today's regional finals, we, Team Youth Forward, are wearing the well-known outfit called Shoot Mo Hom to proudly represent our country, Thailand. Shoot Mo Hom is traditionally worn by the rice farmers in northern Thailand. This Mo Hom outfit includes a dark blue button-up shirt and pants, a colorful scarf called Pa Khao Ma, and a hat called Ngo to block out the shade while working in the rice field. So without further ado, let's begin our presentation. We can't deny that the ASEAN region is continuously developing and experiencing a rapid economic progress. Nevertheless, this growth was accompanied by inevitable problems that affect the people and the factors behind the productions of food commodities. Good day, everyone. I'm Radha Prapaikonkiat.
Sawasdee ka. I'm Kanjari Suputia. And to respond on the said dilemma, here's our storyboard entitled Altering Colors, Empowering Farming Towards the Sustainable Future of the ASEAN Community.
And we are Team Youth Forward from St. Joseph Confidence School. Guided by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals number 8, number 2, and number 4, we formulate plans that aim to resolve the loopholes that are existing in the agrarian sector of ASEAN through adapting an effective technological advancement and creating opportunities in education.
Now and then, we're just focused on how we can sustain the consumption and production in Southeast Asia to meet the demands of its growing population. Imagine this seed. In reality, we're just focused on how it will grow and become beneficial, but then disregarding the people behind its growth. So the real question here is, do we care about the key players behind the progress of the agrarian sector?
Let us all
answer these hanging questions as we explore the status of the agrarian sector of the ASEAN region. The ASEAN region is one of the most productive agricultural baskets in the world. As a proof, this graph shows the used agricultural land areas headed by Thailand and Philippines. As a whole, 31.5% of ASEAN's land areas are used for agriculture. In addition, this graph presents the production of 5 major food commodities. It reflects that the food production of food commodities in the past 8 years are increasing in general. In favor with this, according to the data from ASEAN Secretariat in 2018, Southeast Asia as one region was leading in terms of its agricultural imports and exports of food commodities. But despite the continuous progress of ASEAN region, are the unseen gaps in the agrarian sector? Let's take a look on this problem. The first graph indicates that Southeast Asia has the least developed agricultural research system. The increase in the population of agricultural researchers in the past 4 years was slow, noticeable in Laos, Malaysia, and Cambodia that only added less than 50 agricultural researchers in the span of 4 years. In total, there are only 17,135 agricultural researchers in the region, or just 0.003% of the total population of countries included in the graph on year 2017. The next graph shows that agricultural research spending as a share of agricultural GDP steadily declined from 0.5% in 2000 to just 0.33% in 2017. But is this an important factor? The answer is yes. Investment in agricultural research and development is an essential driver of agricultural productivity over time and will ensure the future of farmers and their necessities. The next gap is urbanization. In 2020, 336 millions of ASEAN's total population are residing in urban places. Due to the conversion of rural areas into urbanized places, more agricultural land areas are converted into infrastructures. In addition to this, the consumption pattern of urbanized population is significantly higher than the rural areas. Furthermore, some farmers in ASEAN are earning less. According to the data from Philippine Statistics Authority in 2019, here are the country's agricultural workers' wages. Still, most of our farmers are earning less, especially the females who earn below the minimum wage, ranging from 290 to 537 peso, or equivalent to 5 to only $10 per day, varying across the country's regions. These problems are worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Food demand and thus food security are greatly affected due to the mobility restrictions, reduced purchasing power, and with a greater impact on the most vulnerable population group, which interrupt the accessibility on agricultural supplies. So, we Team Youth Forward are presenting the following recommendations to tackle the issues. The first recommendation is a centralized agricultural mobile application introducing AgriConnect, a mobile application that creates the bridge for farmers. Farmers can now advertise their products and its status, quantity, and future harvest to inform any possible buyers within their location. The application can enable smooth trading, marketing, and attract possible import and export transactions. With this, we can ensure proper income for farmers, get the products on their best quality, and lessen waste of food commodities. This recommendation can be achieved through partnership with the following agencies and institutions. First, SAP Analytics Cloud to provide management of business processes, developing solutions that facilitate effective data processing and information flow across the users. Second, National Science and Technology Development Agency to support this initiative project and accelerate science, technology, and innovation development. And lastly, we have Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperatives to become a support system that ensures good quality of life for agriculturists and provide the people with safe food and sustainable income from their own work. So with this, we can give opportunities to farmers while responding to Sustainable Development Goals number 2 and 8. The second recommendation is empowering the ASEAN region through investing to agricultural researchers and R&D. This ensures the farmers in the ASEAN region to have an access to a steady supply of innovations and practices that meets their needs. We can achieve this through following these phases. So phase 1, enable the growth of agricultural researchers and R&D that starts in 2021. This is possible through scholarship programs together with law integration, curriculum development, and financial assistance from the government. Phase 2, encouraging innovations and ways for smart and effective farming in rural and urban areas in Southeast Asia from 2022 to 2025. This is feasible with more agricultural researchers as mentioned in phase 1. Then, adaptation of different methods of farming suited in potential places in urban areas. Phase 3 targets the ASEAN region for integration to all Southeast Asian countries and expanded partnership that supports the growing project. This is possible with the unity of the region and expected to accomplish within 5 years. As a proof, here's the regional productivity growth projections to 2050 under 2 investment scenarios that were retrieved from Southeast Asia Agricultural Regional Report made by the Agricultural Science and Technology Indicators. The projected trend indicates the goal of Southeast Asian countries to accelerate their agricultural R&D investment to the levels needed to close the gap by 2030, making a positive impact on agricultural productivity growth in the long run. The region's total factor productivity in agriculture will be nearly 3 times higher in 2050 than in 2016, which corresponds to an average yearly growth rate of 2.9%. It reflects that investment in research and development have positive impacts. In general, the presented recommendations are beneficial to uplift the sustainability and economic status of the region while embracing development to empower the agrarian sector. These recommendations are in line with the ASEAN Socio-Cultural and Economic Community Blueprint 2025, supported by the ASEAN Plan of Action on Science, Technology and Innovation 2016 to 2025, an implementation plan that focused on science, technology and innovation. With these sustainable solutions, we can then resolve the unseen gaps that are existing in the agrarian sector of ASEAN, while fostering a sustainable economic development and attain food security in the region. To the farmers that are experiencing lack of support, low income, hard manual labor, which offering less opportunities, we salute your exceptional job. Therefore, we call for everyone's attention to hand in hand and become the power that will change the status of farming in the ASEAN region. Now let's open our eyes and grow together as one ASEAN community that harmonizes in one vision, one identity, and become the remarkable changers of ASEAN's future. I'm Radha Parhaikonkiat. And I'm Kanjari Sukhvichaya. And we are Team Youth Forward from St. Joseph Convent School. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Team Youth Forward. I hope everyone is inspired by their interactive and amazing presentation. All right, judges, now the floor is yours for you to ask your questions to Team Youth Forward.
It's not really ask questions. I just want to compliment you. I like your sukmohon. Your attire is very good and a very great presentation. You have a communication between each other also. This is very good. And this is one of the programs that I like because you have your national plan first, then you expand it to regional. And then it is quite a detailed plan also for your implementation. So this is something that I like to see. Well done. So this is just my comment on your presentation. All right.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you so much. I love the energy between the two of you guys. You could really see that the work and the collaboration that you have created a wonderful outcome. And thank you so much for that. I guess a little bit of I understand the whole concept and I love it. Maybe something I don't know if you thought of, because you're connecting between the farmers and the researchers to the end product. Maybe you can find a way to close the loop altogether with how the feedback actually comes from the consumers back into the farmers and the researchers to actually create that insight. And I think you have all those elements, but maybe just you can share if you thought how the end consumer that is purchasing the product provides that feedback that researchers can take and help the farmers become even better.
Okay, so every time that the users register to use our application, the AgriConnect, they will give us the information, the basic information for us to send the notifications for them and maybe ask research questions on what should be improved or what should be like changed, alter, or something like that. And we can integrate these questions through the help of Department of Education or even
Ministry of
Agriculture and Cooperatives. Yeah, and we can tell our researchers what to improve or or for example, if the consumers want to eat something which is the nutrition which is volatile and can change every day day-to-day basis. So we can actually send out the Google Forms research, something like that, for the consumers to answer. Yeah, and the innovation will be improved by the suggestions. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
You still have 2 minutes if you have any suggestions, recommendations, or questions to Team Youth Forward. Okay, I think we're good to go. Thank you so much, judges, and a very job well done to Team Youth Forward. Up next, we have Team Dastronaut from RMIT University, Vietnam, representing Vietnam. All right, Team Dastronaut, when you're ready, you may start.
Can you guys see this?
Yes, we can hear you. You may share your presentation.
Can you guys see our presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Greetings, honorable judges, organizing team, national champions, and people watching live. We're honored to be here today wearing our traditional ao dai. The ao dai is worn during our traditional holidays and during special days at school. The ao dai represents our rich and long history and also resembles our core values as Vietnamese, which are elegant, united, and resilient. So being here today, we hope to embody those values. Waste, trash. What do you perceive when I tell you those words? They're discarded items. They have no longer purposes in life. But what if we were to tell you that waste has economic potential, and after being discarded, we can recycle or maybe upcycle and putting it back into the ever-growing economy? And here's how. From a simple act of waste segregation as source, we hope to create a sustainable e-commerce platform for waste that can put the waste back into the economy while generating green jobs. So before we delve into the solution, let's discover why implementing such solution is now. So as of right now, as we are speaking, an ASEAN average country generates about 2 times more than the world average. But its waste management methods are not yet efficient. So we dump more waste into the environment than the rest of the world. That means every year, ASEAN generates about 190 million tons of municipal waste, and 65% of those are dumped into thousands of landfills or stay uncollected. And we are wasting about $7.7 billion in terms of green economic potential. Yes, we dump a lot of waste, and we also use a lot of land to fill those wastes as well. Specifically, about 2,844 kilometers squared of land is being used for dumping about 100 million tons of solid waste each year. That is equivalent to 5 Singapores living in wasteland and toxic gas. So for you to understand the situation even more, there's about 1 in every 6 people in ASEAN are vulnerable to landfill gas and respiratory infection. That is at least 3 people in your own extended family, and more than 110 million people in ASEAN are vulnerable to health infection from the act that we do every single day, generating more waste. So one of the largest contributors to recycling are the informal waste picking sector. They account for only 1% of the ASEAN population, about 6.7 million people. However, most of them are excluded from the formal economy, and nearly all of them are vulnerable to physical injuries and health infections from such laboring tasks. So now, as we have covered the facts that are happening right now, so what will be when we project it into the future? So when collecting data from the World Bank, Euromonitor, and ASEAN Data Bank, we were able to draw a significant correlation between wealth and waste. More wealth, more waste. So when we project that growth into 2030, an average ASEAN person will generate about 2 kilograms of trash every single day. So what does that mean? That means landfill will run out of space. So within the next 1 to 2 years, Vietnam's biggest landfills will run at overcapacity. And the looming future is already here in Indonesia. So in 2018, Indonesia landfills were running at major overcapacity. So as there's not enough space to process the excess waste, sanitary landfills become unsanitary, polluting the environment more. So what are countries doing now to mitigate the problem? So many countries are planning to build more large capacity incinerations in the next 5 years. However, is it worth it? Even though burning waste, make energy sounds very ideal, but it's not certainly sustainable for the future. So in the study in the US shows that incineration emits way much more pollutants than landfill. And with the nature of ASEAN waste being more moist, it will be harder, so much harder to burn and more pollutants are emitted. So let's take an example of a village in Indonesia. So their produce of tofu and eggs are heavily contaminated from the outside in by the toxic emissions from the incineration plants nearby. Yes, all may seem gloomy and down. However, let me and my colleague show you what we can do right here and right now.
So the only reason why Asian countries is turning into incineration is because of the old linear concept. We have to bury or burn what is left of our consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, this perception has to be changed because trash is real treasure, just with a little bit of a twist. Let me introduce you Treasure, an application aiming to create an economically viable and sustainable ecosystem of waste. That we match the supply from household and the demand from companies with 3 main features. First of all is the at-source segregation with collection service and gamification. Secondly, the waste e-commerce. And thirdly, companies and individual ESG ranking, which would tackle the behavioral aspect of the waste problem. Firstly, let's dive into how Treasure ensures the supply of waste. So we have 2 main programs. On the left screen is the mandatory trash sorting program, where each household would have 1 member to buy standardized bag and sort their waste into. So they could make the payment online and even view the pickup schedule, which would ensure the convenience of the process. We even have the advanced trash sorting program where users could further sort their waste into further material such as plastic or glass. But the difference is this time you don't have to pay, but rather just order a bag, fill it, and in exchange get convertible points for gamification, in-game money, or even real-life vouchers. With such interactive and also fun experience, we aim to attract more and more young people to participate in the process. Since who would think this trash sorting could be fun and rewarding, right? For the demand side, Treasure allows companies to go on and buy their recyclables to substitute for their current material input. Besides, we even have a leaderboard to rank companies of how much they are complying with the ESG standard. And the first metric we will put there is how much recyclables they are buying from our platforms. And in the futures, we would like to have a metric to show how sustainable their packaging is, for example. So since end users could now see how sustainable a company is, both stakeholders are more motivated to produce and purchase more sustainably. So in terms of logistics, we act as an intermediary to take sorted trash and match it with the factory demands. So firstly, we transport it to our warehouse, then to the resource recovery facilities for secondary processing, like plastic shredding or even belling. And for biodegradable waste, we transport them to compost facility. And afterwards, all the material will be transported back to be prepared for any order coming from the factories in our e-commerce platform. So how do we roll out to the market? For a country to fully adopt our system, it would take roughly 4 years. And in the first year, we will target the high-income private residential and also apartments to roll out our pilot mandatory program. Since these areas would mostly consist of people who are very environmentally aware, and rules or apply uniformly in the areas once approved by the management board. And we then scale it up to the advanced program with gamification features and introduce it to the educational institution and companies. SAP is also involved in the stage to optimize our logistic route as the user base is getting a lot bigger. And in the next 2 years, we aim to collaborate with the government to trial to the lower income areas, as well as providing more features such as refill service and delivery, or even P2P compost selling, with the ultimate goal of customer customer acquisition, since now people could make profit and money on our own platform. So to prove the feasibility of our solution, I would like to introduce you the case study of South Korea, a country so successful in the waste management strategy of a pay-as-you-throw system where citizens have to buy standardized bags and sort their waste into. So since 1995, the recycling rate has increased 30%, landfill rate decreased 30%. And we attribute this success to two main factors. First of all, is the people or the behavioral change, and second of all is the effective system, both of which we have already incorporated in our solution. Furthermore, if you look at the commodity price since 2010, it's getting significantly higher and even more volatile than recyclables, making companies more incentivized to purchase the alternative, hence driving sales for our e-commerce platform. Therefore, by 2025, we aim to achieve 3 UN SDG goals with various ASEAN socio-cultural community blueprint and also economic community blueprint by firstly, reducing waste going to landfill by 30%, secondly, putting 60% of municipal solid waste.
Please wrap up your presentation in 10 seconds.
Back through recycling, and lastly, formalizing 50% of the informal waste pickers by creating 3.35 million green jobs. So judges, people usually think that economic growth is not associated with environmental action, but we have been able to prove otherwise. So the question is, who here is ready to turn trash into treasure with us? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Dastronaut. That was a passionate presentation, and most importantly, you have reminded us of the alarming amount of excess waste. Judges, you are now given 5 minutes to ask your questions to Team Dastronaut.
Okay, if I'm allowed, I just would like to congratulate the Team Astronaut for your excellent presentation. I think you have come up with a good analysis that to alarm all the ASEAN member states to take more proactive approach in relation to the waste management and the way it need to change the behavior and so on. I think this is one of the good work that you team come up. I think my question right now, if you have any thinking up front about what are the key success that to make you achieve your plan, I mean your rollout plan and so on, because this is important to see how the thing can be not only in your context in Vietnam, but also the way you can accelerate this sort of initiative to other ASEAN member states as well in the way of, you know, such a chain or also pilot here and there in the region. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. So we believe that there are 3 key success factors to, and the first one is to ensure the benefits to all stakeholders. So we are able to prove that all stakeholders in our ecosystem, like household, manufacturer, ASEAN country, and even SAP, or benefit from our system. So they would be more likely to participate. And the second key success factors is the convenience part. So we have to make the trash sorting process of the household more convenient. And we're doing that by firstly making the payment online. And secondly, we are able to make them view the schedule so they could plan ahead. And for companies, so normally they would have to go to each individual vendor to seek for alternative source of material, but now we have the integrated platform where they could go and buy online, just like e-commerce. And the last success factor, we believe it's really important, scalability. So national real estate partners. So for example, right in Ho Chi Minh, we have Savills. So one of the very big companies that they are providing a lot of residential, private residential and apartments. So we could do pilot program there. And when we scale to another country, because we have them already as partner, we could continue the process in other countries, which makes our program really scalable. Thank you so much.
I mean, let me join you quick about this. I mean, just try to be specific on that. It's about the rollout plan at your first step. I mean, your design, your development. What are the key success to make it, you know, kick off that sort of initiative? I mean, you have foundation design stage. I mean, what are the key success? What is the key need at your side? How to make it work?
Okay, thank you. So I would like to clarify. So first of all, for the foundational design stage, it's really important that we are able to prove the feasibility as well as the potential success of our program. So that's why we have the pilot program where we trial it to the high income private residentials, because as the trend right now is people are moving towards the green, and people like companies and also to live in apartments which are green. That's why we target the high income private residentials, and we would negotiate with the owners to apply our mandatory program throughout the area, so we could do the pilot with them. So I think that's one of the key success factors, that we have to prove our plan is feasible by doing it small and then scale it up.
Thank you.
Just very quick, because I know we're really out of time. So first of all, thank you so much. I love the presentation. Obviously, as a CFO, I love to see how you make money out of waste, which is always a good point to attract people to listen to you. So that's a great success for you guys, and thank you for that. I guess a little bit from my point, I love the gaming and the whole concept that you guys have behind it. Maybe something to think of is how do you get corporates, similar we've seen in other groups, to actually want to collaborate with you more, to push it into the community itself? Because what you're trying to create, in my view, which is fantastic, is really a concept of mind change. And while the individuals can help do that, you need a massive push. And the other aspect to consider is really the youth. How do you get the educational system to influence the utilization of something like this? Which you have, I think, all the right elements in there, because of the gaming, because of the concept of points, because of the financial aspect. So I think you have something really great at hand, just tweaking it a little bit and thinking how you could attract more the two aspects, corporates and youth, into it. That will be my only feedback.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you so much.
Team Dastronaut, you have 20 seconds to wrap everything up based on the judges' suggestions and recommendations.
So I just want to say final words. So we have actually pitched the project to various industry leaders, so including people from Gaia, so Global Alliance of Incinerator Alternative, and Zero Waste Alliance in Vietnam. And people say this is a very promising project. And if we are to do it, they would like to mentor us and consult us. And they are really eager to see we roll this out. So we believe that if we have the resource from the ASEAN Foundation, it would be a huge opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and well done one more time to Team Dastronaut. Last but not least, we have Czus from National University of Singapore, representing Singapore. Team Singapore, you may start when you're ready. You may begin your presentation.
Can you all see our slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll begin. Good morning to everyone here. I am Junwei, and my teammate here is Nishan. And we would like to start by saying that we are thankful for this opportunity to present our work here today. A quick introduction. We are the team representing Singapore, both second-year students studying data science and analytics at the National University of Singapore. Singapore being a multiracial society, our people come from many different races. As you can see, Nishan and I are wearing different traditional costumes. Chinese males in Singapore rarely wear traditional costumes, but most who wear clothing that would be considered auspicious in our culture during Chinese New Year. For example, the color red, or for example, this shirt that I'm wearing has a koi fish on it. And the Chinese believe that it represents good fortune and prosperity. So let's take a look at what Nishan is wearing. He's wearing a jippa, which is a traditional male Indian costume. And the Indian males in Singapore would usually wear this during Diwali, which is the Indian festival. I will start the presentation by introducing to everyone the problem that we decided to tackle and go through the extent of this problem and the reasons for the problem. And
Team
then I'll hand over
Czus,
to
we
Nishan.
couldn't hear you. We couldn't hear you. Maybe it was very muffled.
Sorry, I'll speak louder then. Can you hear me?
Yes, it's just your voice is very muffled.
So we actually began our analysis looking at forest fires. It's a big issue to both the economy and to the climate. When taking a closer look at causes of this problem with respect to ASEAN, we realized that one of the root causes of this problem is palm oil production. So we decided to tackle the issue of sustainable palm oil production. Taking a look at the data, we can see that palm oil is extremely important to us. As we can see from the graph on the left, in 2018, the world palm oil production was 70 million tons, with Indonesia and Malaysia contributing hugely to that. This makes palm oil an economy booster, providing an estimated 6 million jobs, contributing to 11% of Indonesia exports and 13.7% of Malaysia gross national income. It is also irreplaceable, as it is found in about half of the things that you buy. And furthermore, no other vegetable oil can match the production of palm oil per hectare.
Team Czus, your voice is very muffled. We're still having problem hearing you properly.
Could you please speak into the microphone? If you're using a pen, then you can just hold it in your hand and speak into the microphone. Sometimes that might work.
We couldn't hear you. It's as if you're covering the microphone.
Yeah, I think the microphone is on your shirt or what?
No, it's from the laptop.
Oh, there's something wrong with the mic then. Yeah.
Is there a possibility?
Can you hear me if I talk like this?
Yes, we can hear you like that. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you just okay. 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 Should I start over or?
Where you stopped earlier?
Continue. Yeah.
All right.
Maybe from the front.
So irresponsible producers of palm oil use slash and burn method to clear area for plantations, with it being more cost effective for them. This creates very serious haze problems that spread to neighboring countries as well, affecting all of ASEAN. Governments are forced to shut down schools, and a poor air quality also lead to infants and elderly suffering from respiratory issues. This problem even escalates political tensions between countries. The deforestation from large amounts of land needed for palm oil production also drives thousands of animals from their natural habitat. So what has been done to counter this? Palm oil production have been established to recognize palm oil certifications have been established to recognize and motivate suppliers who switch to sustainable agricultural methods. When you look at the graph on the left of the certified palm oil production area, we can see the figure is actually stagnating. Only 19% of the world's palm oil producers are certified, and the figure does not look likely to increase. The question then is, why is this so? The main reason that we deduced from the data is that it's actually due to poor traceability and transparency. Look at the bar graphs on the right. We notice that the top 10 exporters export palm oil in the millions. However, the top mills don't even hit 100,000. We can deduce that the top exporters export oils from over 20 mills on average. Got to know if the oil is from a sustainable source or not. Unsustainable oils thus are still able to be sold, and this leaves no incentive for producers to change to more sustainable methods. I'll hand over to Nishan and he will share with you our solution to this.
Thank you, Chinwei. So we have seen that palm oil supply chain is rather opaque. That is, there's low transparency in terms of knowing how and where oil is flowing through the supply chain. But how would we solve this problem? Before I share our solution, let me share a little about blockchain technology. It is an increasingly popular technology that is known for its use in the cryptocurrency market. It is used to chain together records of transactions in blocks. This chain cannot be tampered with and can be viewed by all authorized stakeholders involved in the crypto transaction. You might see where I'm going with this. This technology can be applied to supply chains. The blocks of the chain will be storing information related to the transactions which occur along the supply chain process. This, together with a few other technologies, form our vision for a nearly fully sustainable supply chain by 2030. How exactly would the implemented technologies be used? After harvesting the palm oil fruits, plantation workers would tag the produce and upload information about their harvest, such as the location of the plantation and the amount. As the produce goes along the supply chain, respective workers at different stages would do the same. At each stage, the information that is recorded is stored onto the blockchain database. This blockchain is accessible by all authorized stakeholders from governmental agencies to even customers scanning the QR code in supermarkets. Now let us take a look at a similar situation in the Pacific Islands tuna industry. Many might not know that this industry suffers from long-standing issues such as illegal fishing and human rights abuse. Similar to our situation, the WWF introduced blockchain technology to expose these unjust practices. Furthermore, they had a successful pilot program. The WWF Australia claimed that this would increase the level of transparency, which would eventually squeeze out illegal operators. Dr. Darian from the Thai Union says that doing this will result in customers preferring this kind of tuna over unsustainable tuna. We will implement our project in a 4-stage process that will span 10 years. First, we gain commitment from various stakeholders such as NGOs and green organizations such as RSPO. We appoint one representative per organization, and over the next few years, these executives will come together to discuss the roadmap for this project. At the same time, they'll familiarize their organizations with the technologies to be used. Then, setting up of the necessary technologies and upskilling of the workers will follow. And in 2030, the supply chain will be fully digitized. As you can see, we achieved various ASSE goals, such as engaging stakeholders, empowering institutions, and forging a responsive ASEAN to adapt to climate change. With this in place, in the future, all palm oil containing products can be traced back to their provider. This leads to companies to switch to sourcing from sustainable producers instead to distinguish themselves from competitors. In turn, palm oil producers will drop unsustainable production methods due to the decrease in demand. So are we ready to block unsustainable practices with the use of blockchain technology? I think we are. These are the references we use for our analysis, and we hope you enjoyed our sharing. Thank you.
Team Czus, we're actually giving you an extra 2 minutes if you would like to add anything else to your presentation due to the earlier technical difficulties.
It's okay. We are done already.
All right. Okay. Then thank you, Team Czus, for your presentation. Judges, now you have 5 minutes to put forward your questions, and the floor is yours.
Let me join you. As responsible the health issue in the region, I think quite interesting with your proposed approach in relation to the blockchain sort of technology. It's a one way to think how we can accelerate more, responsible sort of producer, and particularly starting from palm oil plantation. I think a lot of things going on in the region, the way we try to address with the ASEAN History Agreement and also the History Roadmap and so on. However, we still have some area that we need to do more. And as you rightly point out, I mean, some schools that are shut down because of the effect of the haze situation in the region while it comes to the peak, during the dry season and so on. So now my simple question, where you want to apply this sort of concept, and any particular area or pilot, or because it's really challenging, and how this can be applied, I mean, particularly in which scale, because I mean, the market need to be, I mean, adapted sort of thing, because if you say the blockchain technology kind of thing, it need to be adapted, and whether readiness of the concerned ASEAN member state to adopt this technology or not. So, I mean, I just want to hear your view. I mean, you learn from Australia the way track down tuna, how this can be applied in our ASEAN context. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the question. So first, if we look at the data, we see that the main producers of palm oil in Asia are Indonesia and Malaysia, but mostly Indonesia. So we can start off by tackling Indonesia, since this will be the most efficient approach. And instead of tackling the entire supply chain at first, we can just look at a small section of the supply chain. For example, looking at a certain province of Indonesia. And regarding how adaptive the market would be to this, I understand that this technology is something that will lead to a lot of change because the entire supply chain is changing, which is why the implementation we foresee will take about 10 years. So throughout the 10 years, we will have to do things like educating the public and upskilling workers so that the change in technologies will be more seamless. Anything? Yeah, thank you.
May I? Yeah, actually, as what to echo to what Vong mentioned, this is not something that can easily be done because the issue has been there for a long time. I mean, in Malaysia, I'm from Malaysia, so definitely this is haze. It has become one of the seasons in Malaysia. So it's not festive season, but it is a disaster season. So for me, if you want to do blockchain, as it will involve a lot of investment and comes to back end and all that, and I have to change the whole systems. So looking at the severeness and urgency of this problem, I think I would rather suggest that you have short-term, medium-term, and long-term plan, instead of having one plan for 10 years, because there needs to have something to happen within these 2 to 3, 4 years, perhaps, instead of waiting for 10 years. I mean, the blockchain itself can be a 10-year plan because it is not easy to launch it. It needs a lot of money to run this, and all parties have to agree into one system, because blockchain is still a technology that not accepted by every country in Southeast Asia. Yeah, so, but I think in Indonesia, as you mentioned, if you want to start there, perhaps it is possible because Indonesia blockchain industry is also coming out. It has many people are starting to look into this. So that is my suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just also something to add. I think I'm just adding another layer to my two other judges on the one of the things that creates a massive impact is really the purchasing side of the society. So finding a way to actually get the information on the packages, where is the palm oil consumed from, and creating that educational will actually drive also the behavior of people deciding if they want to purchase from a source that is creating another disaster, rather than saying, okay, I'll pay a little bit more just to know that it's coming from a place that is not creating another disaster. And that could be something that you guys can think of as you're building the concept of blockchain. And just a recommendation on top of that.
Yeah, to add on to what let's say, this is a very good suggestion I think you should consider, because this has been implemented in timber products, the sauce, the green label, green tag, So perhaps this can be considered in your proposal in the future if you are, trying to launch it. The sauce, so that using the consumer to pressure the policymakers to be more responsible. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
All right, Team Czus, if you have anything else you'd like to add, you can do it in 20 seconds.
Okay. So yeah, based on the feedback, I think it's quite apparent that the most important thing for this solution is that we need the right commitment from stakeholders so that they can provide us the right funding and the roadmap for this project. We have to look towards big organizations such as WWF and the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. Yeah, and also we have to consider other short-term and mid-term solutions as well to make this whole implementation more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, judges, and thank you, Team Czus. And thank you to all of you who have showed your wonderfully insight presentations. It cannot be easy for the judges to evaluate the team presentations and identify our top 3 winners for today's finals. We now invite our judges to take their leave for deliberations. For all finalists and our viewers, do stay on the line as we will be announcing our winners in just 30 minutes time. See you later.
And I would like to congratulate all finalists who have competed today. You have proven that the pandemic cannot stop you, cannot stop us.
What we call the post-COVID-19 recovery framework, if you pay attention to the recent ASEAN summit that is just concluded in Hanoi online, one of the biggest outcome is the 5th bullet, as you can see.
It's a great honor to be the judge and then also to select the best winners. And I'm so impressed with the skill and with the training, the quality of participants churn out from this project.
Of understanding, and how you could go about searching for the information that you need to join SAP. And feel free to connect with me.
When you go into this competition, what you are definitely able to do is that I got to see data and analytics in its true raw form and how it would be in the real world. not clean and sugar-coated like in the university where they teach you to.
What I've learned in ASEAN Data Science Explorers, not only the analytical skills and also the data visualization, but I also know the importance of pitching skills and how you convey the story towards your data, because data itself separately will not give any meaning or will not give any information to us if we're not having a storyline on.
This is what helps them to drive new business models, to be able to enter new markets, to survive and thrive and expand and grow the organization. And so the timing is perfect for everyone in this competition, because your skills are more in demand than ever before. Being able to derive insights from data to help make data-driven decisions in an organization is worth so much to an organization.
Show you. So this is our experience center here. Usually what we do is we bring lots of different clients and stakeholders, and we'll bring them through a design methodology process where we inspire them in these.
Horizon scanning, some of you are probably already familiar, but horizon scanning is just a way of looking at future developments based on current technology and current developments, and trying to think what may happen, what we need to be aware of, what we should be looking out for, but also, like Mary Kay was saying, what are the opportunities? What are the good things we should be trying to do?
And I would like to congratulate all finalists who have competed today. You have proven that the pandemic cannot stop you, cannot stop us.
You know, what we call the post-COVID-19 recovery framework, if you pay attention to the recent ASEAN summit that is just concluded in Hanoi online, one of the biggest outcome is the fifth bullet, as you can see.
It's a great honor to be the judge and then also to select the best winners. And I'm so impressed with the skill and with the training, the quality of participants churn out from this project.
Of understanding, and how you could go about searching for the information that you need to join SAP. And feel free to connect with me.
When you go into this competition, what you are definitely able to do is that I got to see data and analytics in its true raw form and how it would be in the real world. You know, not clean and sugar-coated like in the university where they teach you to.
What I've learned in ASEAN Data Science Explorers, not only the analytical skills and also the data visualization, but I also know the importance of pitching skills and how you convey the story towards your data, because data itself separately will not give any meaning or will not give any information to us if we're not having a storyline on.
This is what helps them to drive new business models, to be able to enter new markets, to survive and thrive and expand and grow the organization. And so the timing is perfect for everyone in this competition, because your skills are more in demand than ever before. Being able to derive insights from data to help make data-driven decisions in an organization is worth so much to an.
Show you. So this is our experience center here. Usually what we do is we bring lots of different clients and stakeholders, and we'll bring them through a design methodology process where we inspire them in these.
Horizon scanning, some of you are probably already familiar, but horizon scanning is just a way of looking at future developments based on current technology and current developments, and trying to think what may happen, what we need to be aware of, what we should be looking out for, but also, like Mary Kay was saying, what are the opportunities? What are the good things we should be trying to do?
And I would like to congratulate all finalists who have competed today. You have proven that the pandemic cannot stop you, cannot stop us.
You know, what we call the post-COVID-19 recovery framework, if you pay attention to the recent ASEAN summit that is just concluded in Hanoi online, one of the biggest outcome is the fifth bullet, as you can see.
It's a great honor to be the judge and then also to select the best winners. And I'm so impressed with the skill and with the training, the quality of participants churn out from this project.
Of understanding, and how you could go about searching for the information that you need to join SAP. And feel free to connect with me.
When you go into this competition, what you are definitely able to do is that I got to see data and analytics in its true raw form and how it would be in the real world. Not clean and sugar-coated like in the university where they teach you to.
What I've learned in ASEAN Data Science Explorers, not only the analytical skills and also the data visualization, but I also know the importance of pitching skills and how you convey the story towards your data, because data itself separately will not give any meaning or will not give any information to us if we're not having a storyline on.
This is what helps them to drive new business models, to be able to enter new markets, to survive and thrive and expand and grow the organization. And so the timing is perfect for everyone in this competition, because your skills are more in demand than ever before. Being able to derive insights from data to help make data-driven decisions in an organization is worth so much to it.
Show you. So this is our experience center here. Usually what we do is we bring lots of different clients and stakeholders, and we'll bring them through a design methodology process where we inspire them in these.
Horizon scanning, some of you are probably already familiar, but horizon scanning is just a way of looking at future developments based on current technology and current developments, and trying to think what may happen, what we need to be aware of, what we should be looking out for, but also, like Mary Kay was saying, what are the opportunities? What are the good things we should be trying to do?
And I would like to congratulate all finalists who have competed today. You have proven that the pandemic cannot stop you, cannot stop us.
You know, what we call the post-COVID-19 recovery framework, if you pay attention to the recent ASEAN summit that is just concluded in Hanoi online, one of the biggest outcome is the fifth bullet, as you can see.
It's a great honor to be the judge and then also to select the best winners. And I'm so impressed with the skill and with the training, the quality of participants churn out from this project.
Of understanding, and how you could go about searching for the information that you need to join SAP. And feel free to connect with me.
When you go into this competition, what you are definitely able to do is that I got to see data and analytics in its true raw form and how it would be in the real world. You know, not clean and sugar-coated like in the university where they teach you to.
What I've learned in ASEAN Data Science Explorers, not only the analytical skills and also the data visualization, but I also know the importance of pitching skills and how you convey the story towards your data, because data itself separately will not give any meaning or will not give any information to us if we're not having a storyline on.
This is what helps them to drive new business models, to be able to enter new markets, to survive and thrive and expand and grow the organization. And so the timing is perfect for everyone in this competition, because your skills are more in demand than ever before. Being able to derive insights from data to help make data-driven decisions in an organization is worth so much to an
show you. So this is our experience center here. Usually what we do is we bring lots of different clients and stakeholders, and we'll bring them through a design methodology process where we inspire them in these.
Horizon scanning, some of you are probably already familiar, but horizon scanning is just a way of looking at future developments based on current technology and current developments, and trying to think what may happen, what we need to be aware of, what we should be looking out for, but also, like Mary Kay was saying, what are the opportunities? What are the good things we should be trying to do?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the most exciting part of the program. Now, the teams have shown us extremely strong effort this year, and we will soon be announcing the result of our first ever virtual ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Final 2021. But before we do so, let's get one more final photo with all guests, judges, participants, and organizers. So one more time, please activate your video for a picture-taking session. All right, another smile, and we're ready. Okay, that was good, but I think we can do it one more time just to be safe. And 1, 2, ready. Now, I think some of us might have blinked, so let's take one last time. 3, 2, 1, and ready. Thank you, everyone. Now, everyone, let's welcome Mr. Vong Sok, Head of the Environment Division of ASEAN Secretariat, to share the judges' thoughts on the presentations they have evaluated.
Thank you very much. A great pleasure to take this opportunity on behalf of the Judge Committee to present, share the view of the judge to all of you. I think, one of the most important things that we would like to thank you all for making active participation and dedication, and you put a lot of effort in terms of the way share the view of the youth, and that to make a difference to the region. So we really appreciate your your initiative, your insight, your leadership, and we really want you to continue more and more. And that is not limited just only on this competition, but it's the next step. It's still a new endeavor for you all to continue your strength and your leadership, and this the hope of ASEAN region. So I think I just would like to share with you that the judge, it's not easy to decide on which one need to go on the top. We, as you know, the judge is really professional, experienced, and we try to provide all objectivity sort of assessment, and with the clear sort of guidance and criteria to make this sort of most objectivity, such as data and visualization of your presentation, analysis and insight, your key recommendation, and so on. So all of the things, it's a well point by point take note and analyzed by our judge committee. So that is the way we work, and this is the way we try to reassure the team that we are trying our best in response to your commitment. And no matter how the decision, we are really difficult to make this decision. It's not because we don't know how to make decision, because you all do extremely well. That is the most difficult. It's quite good that make us, hard to distinguish from one candidate to another. With that, as a time for us to decide, no matter how the way the judge come up with a consensus and agree with the potential candidate, so the successful candidate will later on announced by the executive director. And with that, we just would like to share some view of the panel for your further improvement and continuous learning and adaptive sort of your knowledge and skill. First of all, as these sessions about data information, as you know, data information is very critical to guide for the success of human society. This including the to provide practical solution and so on. So with that, the judge also observed that some of the data information that you use, it's consists of number of points. One, it's maybe old data that you may need to reflect if you want to analyze the problem and solution. You need to use the latest up to date, and also try to use the reliable source rather than gray literature. This is the way you can come up more accurate sort of analysis. And with that, also the data information is not only try for you to identify the problem, but also for you to analyze the solution, the recommendation that you provide as well, whether it's practical, whether it's cost-effective, whether it's it's alternative, a good alternative. This one will provide you also important point about what works, what doesn't work, what exists, what is the gap. So this is the way you can understand what is existing, what is the gap. Otherwise, your recommendation may not be success. The second point I would like to make also is about your role and your contribution. I think identify starting from yourself as the role or contribution. This is also very important for you to look at that, how you can strengthen your role and communication and coordination. This is the most important in order to advance any initiative. Third point I would like to make, it's about the networking, partnership development. I think among other, this is part of resolve to make you success. And I mean, in any sort of upcoming initiative, plus with this initiative, you may need to consider the networking and partnership development. It's also the most important to, as a part of resources, and also resources, financial resource, and the knowledge and so on, or skill. This really help you to accelerate and success of your project. And also the last 2 points that I would like to also share, I think about the challenge that you need to understand what is existing, the way you try to connect, rather than you provide us recommendation without looking what is available. That is part of literature review. Is you continue your PhD and master, you will do that in terms of what is existing, what is the gap, what need to be improved. And also the question what to be improved, that the way you need to test that hypothesis as well. That is what the judge consider. So I think I just try to capture this, and your recommendation, it may need to consider something more practical and with your leadership. Thank you very much. I think another judge can come and join me, share the view later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vong Sok. That was a good evaluation and something that we could take note of. Next, Ms. Swati Mathur from Managing Director of Asia Pacific of Common Purpose to also share the second judge's feedback for the presentations we witnessed today.
Thank you, Astrid, and thank you, Mr. Vong Sok, for summarizing our discussion so beautifully. Very little for me to add there, but really wanted to congratulate all the participants for the fantastic and passionate presentations. I think they've really put in a lot of effort, thinking and feeling into their presentations, and that came across through their presentations. Great ideas, very relevant to the world that we are living in. So I think that's a connection that came out on all presentations. It's very hard, it was really hard. Those 30 minutes that we all deliberated on which ones to kind of choose was quite it was the toughest 30 minutes, since morning. But having said that, of course, what Mr. Vong Sok did mention about, what were some of the criteria that we all looked at. I think the criteria, all of us, in the judging panel kind of, were very much in line with some of those criteria about, clarity of the ideas, the recommendations as well, in terms of how have you taken the view of, what exists already, and how can you forge collaboration and partnerships in order to make those recommendations, bring those recommendations to life. I think one more point that was made was, and I'm sure you would have picked that in, during the Q&A as well, was very much about how do you influence, your ecosystem, and especially the corporate sector, to kind of really make a strong and make them a strong ally for your recommendations to to flourish and to really see the life of the day. I think another thing was about what are the potential barriers that you see, and I think one needs to distinguish between what looks really well in an ideal scenario versus when you're looking at practicalities and being pragmatic about your ideas. What are those potential barriers that you have to keep in consideration, whether it is about policies, whether it is about stakeholders, whether it is about, influencing your ecosystem and really moving things, because these are all complex problems. What you are addressing are complex problems, and there is no linear solution to it. So you really need to navigate that complexity by influence. And I think that was something that you may want to think more as you go forward and take your ideas forward. So with that, it was a great privilege and an honor to be a part of the judging panel, and I've really enjoyed your presentations. One thing I would leave the morning and leave the afternoon now satisfied would be that we are in safe hands. Our youth are really thinking about the big issues, and they're thinking in the right direction. So all the best to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Mathur, for sharing the judges' feedback. The pointers you've given will definitely be valuable to all teams as they move forward in their journey of learning and innovation. Now, I am pleased to invite His Excellency the Honorable Dato Seri Setia Awang Haji Hamzah bin Haji Sulaiman, Minister of Education of Brunei Darussalam, as our guest of honor to give his closing remarks.
Your Excellency, Kong Phuoc, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, Madam Dr. Yang Mi Ng, Executive Director, ASEAN Foundation, Madam Verena Siow, President and Managing Director, SAP Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Let me first start by congratulating the ASEAN Foundation, SAP Southeast Asia, and the ASEAN Secretariat for the successful convening of the ASEAN Data Science Explorer Virtual Regional Final. It is a great honor to be part of this prestigious event, and we sincerely appreciate all the guidance and assistance extended to all of the participants. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now live in a world with steadfast penetration of technology. The ongoing disruption that we face has changed the way we live, work, and study. Artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, big data, and blockchain is becoming part of our routines. Therefore, it is paramount for the younger generation to be adaptive towards living and working alongside smart machines and technology. In its 4th year of running, ASEAN Data Science Explorer competition, being ASEAN Foundation's flagship program, has proven ASEAN's commitment in preparing ASEAN students to be future ready. This initiative plays an important role in igniting the students' creative minds in addressing common issues and problems with solutions which are innovative, creative, and sustainable. I believe collaborative events such as this will build upon our new generation skills on teamwork, interaction, and communication, as well as working in a highly demanding environment. As the use of online platforms as means of communication and collaboration is on the rise, due to the current pandemic, this virtual competition has proven to be timely. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge all of the participating teams from ASEAN, and I hope all of the knowledge and skill gained throughout this event would become a valuable experience to all. As student acquires these new and advanced digital skills, I would like to kindly remind students to be ethically responsible and conscious on safe use these technological and advanced digital skills. It is important that culture of responsibility and integrity is well embedded and instilled in our generation of lifelong learners. Finally, I would like to offer my warmest congratulations to our well-deserved winners. The winners' admirable efforts and perseverance towards these achievements deserve to be honored. I hope this will open up to more platforms and opportunities for our younger generation to acquire knowledge and skills in various fields. To this end, I look forward to many more events such as this in the future as we continue to engage our students in preparing them for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, for the insightful remarks. Next, we have Ms. Alexandra van der Ploeg, Head of Corporate Social Responsibility, Global Corporate Affairs, SAP SE, to give the remarks.
Thank you so much. Thank you to His Excellency, the Minister of Education of Brunei, Your Excellencies, ASEAN Data Science Explorers contestants, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm greetings from Germany, where the sun has actually only just gone up. I hope you had a very inspiring, enjoyable, and joyful day today. And this is so special to me because I had the opportunity to judge the ASEAN Data Science Explorers regional final in 2018 when it was taking place in Singapore. And every single time that this particular program takes place, I'm always incredibly impressed by the innovation and the creativity that we see from all of the contestants. You know, at SAP, our mission within our corporate social responsibility area has been for quite a while to power opportunity through digital inclusion. By doing that, we have been engaging with millions of youth across the globe in about 113 countries. But this particular program, the ASEAN Data Science Explorers program, has developed into one of our flagship initiatives over the last few years. Since 2017, when the program started, it has actually enabled 30,000 youth across ASEAN, 2,000 educators across 700 institutes of higher learning with data analytics skills. And we've seen an incredible rapid acceleration in the last few years. But what I'm actually particularly proud of in this initiative is the diversity that we're seeing in the program. And we're seeing it in various ways. First of all, we're seeing it in the participation of young women in the program. This year, for the first time, we had over 50% of all of the contestants and all of the participants were women. It was about 53%, I think, to be exact. This is not just a testament to our commitment to bring diversity into our program and provide equal opportunities to both men and women in the IT industry. It's a testament also to the power of thought and the power of innovation that young women and men bring to the table. The other aspect of diversity, and something that I was very interested to note in this year's program and amongst the finalists today, is we also have the youngest finalists ever here today with our two incredible contestants from Thailand. It is really not just the diversity of gender that is important, that brings diversity of thought. Diversity goes much further than that. And in our mission to be more digitally inclusive, we have expanded our program through collaboration with non-governmental organizations to train 6,000 disadvantaged youth from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, including youth who have very limited to no access to technology. To give you sort of a bit of an overview of why this is so important, that you hone your skills around data analytics, we know for a fact that over the next few years, particularly in the area that we work in, our SAP ecosystem will require about 280,000 net new talents, be it consultants or developers, that need to sort of work in the SAP ecosystem, so jobs that are lined up. So you see that this is not just a theoretical exercise that you're doing, but this is actually honing skills that are incredibly relevant. And we hope that by diving deeper into the SAP Analytics Cloud, that it creates options for you and that it increases your employability. Finally, what I would like to say is, please do continue with your projects. All of your ideas and innovations that you've brought to the table today are incredibly relevant. You've honed skills, not just hard skills around data analytics, but also your presentation skills, critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork and collaboration. All of this is incredibly important. But please do stay with your programs and projects. What I always say is that youth today, and you demonstrate this beautifully with everything that you brought today, youth today aren't just the change makers of tomorrow. You are the change makers of today. So please continue your journey. A huge congratulations from my side. You are all champions, you are all winners. And with that, I'm pretty sure you would like to know who the winners are of the 2021 ASEAN Data Science Explorers program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. van der Ploeg, for the wonderful remarks. Now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, the announcement of the winners of the ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021. I'm delighted to invite Ms. Alexandra van der Ploeg to announce the second and first runner-up of the ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021.
Thank you. The second runner-up for the ASEAN Data Science Explorers 2021 is Team Growy from Malaysia. Congratulations.
First runner-up of the ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021.
The first runner-up for the initiative this year goes to Team Sprinkle from Cambodia. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Ms. van der Ploeg. Now, I am just as excited to invite Dr. Yang Mi-Eng to announce the winner of the ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals 2021.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and honor. So I would like to announce this is the time that everyone is waiting for. The winner of ASEAN Data Science Explorer Regional Finals 2021 goes to Forward Thailand.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. And congratulations once again to all of our winners. Let's give them a round of applause from our individual homes for our champions this year. Congrats! Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of today's program. Our deepest appreciation to His Excellency the Honorable Dato Seri Setiawang Haji Hamzah bin Haji Sulaiman, Minister of Education of Brunei Darussalam, and His Excellency Kung Phoak, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for the Socio-Cultural ASEAN Community, for joining this event. Once again, thank you to all the judges who joined us today. We greatly appreciate your tremendous support for this program. This event will not be possible without your support. And to our 3 winning teams, please stay on the line, as there is some information we would like to share with you on your next steps moving forward. Thank you to the rest of our teams for your participation and strong efforts, and all of the viewers who have been watching up till this point. We hope that you will join us again in next year's ASEAN Data Science Explorers Regional Finals. Thank you and goodbye.